Hold on. All right, guys. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. So taking away the surprise about the model, uh surprise, but that's not even the point at this point. Um so I want to start off by making a couple of disclaimers clear right off the bat. Um, the opinions and everything that I am going to go over are strictly and 100% my own, based on my personal interactions and stuff, and seeing the accusations, which will be listed in here, the proof, the similarities of other things. I would eat my left foot if this is not true, basically. And it saddens me. It honestly breaks my heart. And for those of you who know, I only got into streaming a couple of months ago. I had already started setting up everything in July after scoping out and deciding if I wanted to do this, because I've been gaming for like 20 plus years. But I'm new to the scene in general. So a lot of it is I didn't know any better to know and recognize certain red flags. And the accusation being what it is, basically, you know, like, I'm pretty confident my model mom is a scammer. I'm just gonna throw that out there 100%. And I recognize and realize that this might bite me in the ass, but honestly, I've always been very true to myself and my morals. I've been very true to you guys as my community, and I've always been very upfront about the fact that if there's one thing you can count on me is I'm going to be honest and transparent with you. I might be blunt, I might say shit you don't like, but I'm going to be as honest with you as I physically can be, because that's important to me. Now, with that being said, I'm gonna try to explain a couple of things. Over the weekend, Zed had come to me and asked if I had seen the drama that was brewing on Twitter. Now, I thought he was talking about the Marble Rivals drama because that's been going on for a while. No. This was about artist exploitation of minors and child labor issues. It's a lot of bad shit. And I didn't know. I had no idea. So he linked me the person on Twitter who had been saying something for the last couple of days about it, and then we took a look at like the Discord. We took a look at a lot of the evidence that are in there, and again, we would bet our left kidney that this shit is legit. Sadly, and then there was a video that just dropped yesterday, which I will also reference some screenshots in here. Now, I'm not going to parrot word for word everything that was said, because I'm a firm believer that I will give you the information that you need, but you're adults. You can still look up the evidence yourself and make a decision for yourself. That's essentially what I did. I took the accusations. I wanted to look into them. What I found was troubling, and as a result, I decided I would have a reincarnation, which is what you're seeing here. I will no longer be using the previous model, based on what I found out, based on the history of how this model came to be. It is just, I'm not okay with it, and it breaks my heart, because for those of you who have known me IRL for a long time, you know how important that representation is. So when I went and got this, now I got this is a temporary customizable model. This will not be permanent, but I wanted something to still reflect what I was and what I would continue to do. So the bird crone's not really going to go anywhere, but I will be getting a new artist and rigger in the future, and that will be many, many months down the line, because I'm going to be bluntly honest with you. I dropped about over 1,000K on the previous model with constant upgrades and changes and stuff. So like, I don't have the money to get another model, and a lot of people are in that situation, and I completely understand. I got lucky enough that I had the money to buy the temporary model, but let me tell you how fucking stressed I've been for the last 2 days. So without further ado, I'm going to just dive right into the video I've compiled together. I basically starts off with like the if I had known then what I know now, the clip from the Smasher Pass, and then it will go into the accusations, it'll go into the pieces that were addressed by somebody else, and then it will also go into my personal stuff. It took me some time to make sure. I wanted to blur my siblings and other people, because not everybody might be aware of this. Other people might not be familiar and or comfortable to step forward, and I'm an old ass bitch, I don't care. So that being said, I wanted to make sure that I would be able to protect my siblings to the best of my ability, but also at the same time, I'm not going to just keep my head in the sand, because that's also not my personality. So I'm going to pause for a second to address some questions. Didn't you say there's a whole community of siblings about your previous model mama? So that artist is the problem. Yeah, so essentially the video I'm about to play here and then pause during sections to go over is going to explain it. Essentially, the accusation is that our model mom is not an actual person. It's a black company that basically exploits artists, and the evidence speaks for itself. So I don't want to paraphrase. I'm just going to dive right in. So if I did this correctly, okay, we're going to dive right into the video. Credit for these selections of art goes to Miko. I mean, let's be honest. We all wouldn't be here without Miko. I want to make that absolutely clear. Yeah, so frankly, without her incredible work, we wouldn't be here hypothetically drooling over our art siblings for fun in the first place, or in most of the cases, being bullied or teased. Hypothetically. I wanted to include a couple of our mom stuff here, because we want us all to appreciate the fact that, like, you know, we all might be related by ink in one way, shape, or form, but, like, you know, Miko's been awesome. So I want to make sure that aside from everything else, we give her the credit she deserves, you know? Okay. So as you can see, when I joined, let me back up a little bit. I had I found Miko, and after like looking at different artists and stuff, I came across her stuff. I liked her stuff. Her pricing seemed pretty reasonable, and I decided that I was going to invest in a model. And I knew that I wouldn't be able to do like a full-on model, full body at the same time, but I wanted to like break it down into what was affordable for me and go from there. And again, keep in mind, the pricing and everything was a big pull for me, because, you know, I have some money to work with, but I also don't have thousands of dollars to drop. And this was my first experience commissioning a model, so this was absolutely new to me. I knew absolutely nothing. I was a commissioning virgin, okay? Oh, you can't quite hear me in the video. So let me go back a little bit. There's not a way for me to turn up the video, but essentially I want to go over like the disclaimer. So the Smasher Pass, for those of you who are familiar, we did this event that we had come up with, just what started off as a joke about the fact that like all of the art siblings were, you know, attractive and bonable, you know, and I stand by that, because like the art was good. And it still is good. Like, this is not about the artists themselves. This is about the people that are abusing the artists. And I think that's important to be specific, because we as the siblings, we as the people who have been paying for the commissions, we're not exactly being scammed, but we're receiving products that come from very morally ambiguous and very shady backgrounds, which I will go into. But the disclaimer here is just all amazing credit for these selections of art today goes to MikoZen of MikoZen Studios. Frankly, without her incredible work, we wouldn't be here hypothetically drooling over our art siblings for fun in the first place. Check her out, and then there's a link to her studio. Now, the thing is my naive self was like, she's amazing. Like, as you can see, just a couple of the examples here. I'm not gonna name names, because, you know, that's not my business, but a couple of the examples here are people that are other models that were commissioned by her. And so the rating was, these are just a couple of the people that had submitted their characters for the Smasher Pass that we were doing, which was basically bone, bully, or back up in a fight. So it was a community event to kind of bring people together, and I will go over the community. I will just be patient with me. But again, it's very important to me that I don't directly call out certain people and stuff, because it's not my place. If people want to speak up, that's completely on them. But I'm this is bullshit, and I'm not okay with this. I'm not okay with having a model that is a representation of this. And given what I have, like, I believe it's pretty damning. So that going forward, the rest of this is not actually going to be a video. So let's go forward again. There's no audio, rather. Okay. So my husband brought this particular tweet to my attention back on like Friday night, Saturday night, something like that. I'm not 100% positive. But basically there is this, and I do definitely recommend checking them out. There is this Twitter post that started the fire in general. And this person has been trying to speak out for the last couple of days to a week or two, if I'm not mistaken. And going from there. And it just says, this will be my, and I have a few of these, so they're not entirely in order, but you'll get the idea. This will be my last public comment on this. I will now be moving to work with others in the shadows, while some will take the front image of this. All important things are under this paragraph. For anyone needing proof, the server is full of links, etc. You can find your scammer through it. As for reposting, I apologize. They were somehow getting the other links deleted every time I made it public. Here is a new link and safe, the inner workings of the company, which I have copied, so we will be breaking that down. Years of abuse, discovery of the company, and the Discord link to the link itself. And I have joined the Discord. I hesitated at first, but then I decided I can't make a full definite determination on whether or not I believe the accusations without looking at the Discord, and so I decided to do that. Zed had already checked that out first. It's in reference to their post. Since a lot of innocent Indonesian artists are suffering because of this drama, check out this list. All legit artists that work hard. Please do not punish the artists because of some mafia assholes. So let me see how much further this goes in. Okay. So yeah, so like the example of this is like, there's a lot of like raffle scams, which we know there's a lot of raffle scams where they'll like, oh, I got a art raffle for you guys, or I have a coupon for you guys, or you know, make sure I only have a limited number of slots. And I know that that's a very typical artist scam response. And as I had worked with Miko myself, like I made a lot of assumptions of like, okay, well, you know, maybe that's just something that a lot of artists do. But there's more. So it'll be how they talk too. Like, hi, congratulations, you received a little gift from me, with a little heart emote of some kind. Your prizes are 15% discount for chibi, art, and rig, or you can claim both plus one free emote. 10% discount for 6 emotes, static or animated. 1 free animated. Number 3, 15% discount for an eye banner and free emote animated. 10% discount per character sheet, front view, side view, etc. So basically, like, they draw you in with either a raffle or, you know, like, oh, you know, I'm feeling so generous, I want to get some attention out there. And in this example, that is something that my artist has done a couple of times that I know of, and which kind of adds a tally to, okay, this is questionable, but then there's more evidence. So we're gonna go forward. Everything is like a couple of seconds here, so then we have, I'm sure you noticed, but suddenly a lot of the artists in the list suddenly posting photos of their laptop with the art. A lot never did before, and suddenly they do it. Also, for people saying they can't be scammers, they updated me all the time. The minors and abused artists literally work under them. You think they won't tell these kids to give them updates? Victims have confirmed recognizing the backgrounds of some pictures. So it's a very important art scam. I want to warn people about this and stuff. So, like, again, you'll see this in DM of mine later. When I started, I had asked, you know, like, okay, well, do you do the work? Do you stream it? Because I would love to watch it. Because I'm the kind of person, like, I want to watch something being brought to life. And it's like, no, I don't for security. I don't for personal reasons, which could be absolutely true for some artists. Absolutely, I 100% agree with that. However, more evidence is questionable. So you'll see that right now they're in kind of damage mode. And here's the thing, my artist is not the only one that's doing this. There's a big list of this. And again, I believe it. I 100% believe it. So this document was made by Zenoa. I cannot pronounce this. I apologize. I need to take a drink. Hang on a second. Please do not delete or edit any information without her permission. Now, this is the Google document that is linked on the Twitter, so you can look at this yourself if you so wish. So, company structure and roles. The organization is divided into 3 main groups: owner, admin, worker. This includes sketcher, illustrator, and rigger artist. Most of the people who provided information about the system are employees or workers. According to them, the work system operates under a very tight schedule, particularly affecting workers and low-level staff. Upper management lack of clarity. There is a significant lack of clarity from upper management, especially from individuals who do not understand illustration, rigging, or design work. Upper management primarily understands hard selling and lacks understanding of artistic processes, technical limitations, realistic production timelines. Many accounts are managed by mentors and admins. Meaning of mentor within the system, a mentor is the owner of an account. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I think I went a little bit ahead. Hold on, please. Okay. So it's the owner of the account, the public face of the account, the representatives acting on behalf of the owner. The mentor is not necessarily a teacher or a technical expert, but acts as an intermediary between management and workers. Flow of instructions operates as follows. Upper management issues instructions. Instructions are delivered first to the mentor. Mentors pass instructions down to admins and workers. The promotion structure generally follows worker, admin, owner. Rapid expansion, inexperienced admins, manipulative account management. Over the last several years, the company opened many new accounts. People were recruited with promises of high salaries and resulted in a large number of new admins. However, the admins have no experience. They do not understand illustrations, rigging, or creative production. They focus mostly on training. I'm going to pause here in a moment. Client communication, sales, and customer service responses. Admins are not trained to understand the actual workload artists must perform, the technical and time demands of art production. In addition, admins are reportedly paid and instructed to pretend to be friends with artists and clients, build emotional trust to increase compliance and productivity. Important details about account handling. Many accounts use female avatars. In reality, these accounts are often operated by men. Responses are sometimes generated using ChatGPT or similar tools. They deliberately use a cute, friendly, or comforting tone to manipulate trust. Because admins are in direct contact with victims, they can collect sketches, request step-by-step work progress, obtain files and timestamps, control the entire communication flow. This direct access allows them to easily claim ownership, pressure workers, manipulate narratives when disputes occur. Worker workload and complaints. As a result of this system, many workers raise complaints. Workers are commonly required to handle 1 to 3 projects per day or 1 complete VTuber rigging project. These workloads are frequently paired with unrealistic deadlines, threats if targets are not met. I'm going to pause for a second here. For those of you who are familiar, we're going to pause that ad. The turnaround time is like a big flag. And I'm going to be honest, I did not know that at the time. When I first commissioned my model, the terms of service, which again, I will list in here for my particular artist's terms of service, it says it's like 7 to 13 days. That's insane. Okay. And again, at the time, I didn't know that. I didn't know that that was insane. But you would have weeks where the time frame for sketch to art to model. Like, I'm gonna share my particular history with my stuff, and just from start to finish, it took a month from the sketch to the color to the rigging. And the thing is if an artist was working on it by themselves, possibly that's possible. But you have artists that are working on 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 or more commissions. And my model mother is one of those who would drop commissions like fucking hotcakes. And at the time, I was like, that's so cool. She just must be very, 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 very invested. You know, we didn't know that it was highly likely that she was actually a company having multiple people doing it, which would make more sense. The problem is that's not how they express themselves. They don't say, hey, I'm a company that's doing this. No, no, no. They claim to be one person doing all this work, which is already kind of a red flag. But again, I was stupid and didn't know. All right? It's bluntly honest there, right? So, but yeah, like, I'm, again, not gonna name names, but I know several people that had their commissions take maybe a month to 2 months and would drop about the same time. Like, you would have an announcement basically every couple of days where this model was done and this model was done and this model was done. And it's plausible that you might have had a backload depending on how long it is. But like, if you don't know how long that person's been waiting, you don't have any way of knowing. I myself am coming forward like, it was a fucking month. There's no way somebody could come up with that much work that quickly for one person on top of multiple people. Right, exactly. And like, I know that it's not my fault for knowing. Like, I in its own way, like, I'm a victim too, but I don't see myself as a victim. I'm pissed off for the artists. I'm 100% pissed off for the artists, because I also acknowledge that, like, the money that I put into this, I'm not going to see again. I understand that, but that's not the point. The point is like, I had this character, this creation of mine that was important to me for personal reasons, and I can't use her in good faith because of how she came about. So when I made my temporary model, I still borrowed aspects of that character because the bird crone is mine. The look that was created might belong to that quote-unquote studio, and that's fine. But who I am as a person, this bitch that don't care and will cause shit if that means that's what's in the right thing to do, that's me. And for those of you who have known me for years, and for those of you who have known me IRL for years, you know this is how I be. If I have a problem with something and something that is, you know, morally not okay, once I get my shit together, I'm like, no, this is not okay. So, yeah. Anyway, moving on. Worker loading complaints, we've already gone over there. Use of personal data and account control. Workers are required to use personal data to operate company accounts. They must meet strict performance targets within very short time frames. If they fail, they may be terminated. Their accounts may be taken over. When accounts are taken over, all access is seized, including PayPal accounts, linked to local bank accounts. If personal accounts are no longer usable, workers may be instructed to use family members or relatives' personal data. For underage workers, procedures are unclear. It is reported that underage individuals are lent accounts to manage. Threats, gaslighting, and intimidation. Workers report systematic intimidation, including threats of doxing, gaslighting. Workers are told abuse is normal. Concerns are dismissed as incompetence or attitude problems. Direct and indirect threats, termination, account seizure, reputation destruction. Workers are also told or led to believe that the company has connections to Indonesia state institutions. As a result, artists fear reporting abuse. Most artists have no financial resources. They cannot afford legal defenses. They feel unable to protect themselves from corrupt, biased legal procedures. Restrictions on workers. Workers face strict controls. Some are forbidden from taking any private commissions. Continuing education, including university, is mocked. Management states education is unimportant because they don't want you to be educated. They want you to be uneducated because it's easier to manipulate you. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. And it's horrendous. And I haven't even gone into how my artists respond, like how my artist is how my artist is linked to this. And I will, I promise. Workers are treated as equally replaceable, subordinate to management authority. Location and wage strategy. Many operations are based in Semarang because wages are significantly lower than in Jakarta or Bandung. The company has expanded to nearby cities, including the same wage reduction strategy. Age gap between management and workers. There's a clear age imbalance. Owners are around 40 years old. Artists and workers mostly in their early 20s or teenagers. education structure, they get 1 year of schooling, 2 years of project-based learning. The main project involved growing an account under JRU, internship, underage workers, and minors. Serious concerns involving minors have been reported. Some victims report being as young as 14 years old, interns as young as 16 years old. Worked hours similar to full-time staff were paid approximately 20 hours. And this is the other thing. There's also been some other information that they are as young as 13. And we haven't even touched the not safe for work stuff. We're about to. Additionally, many minors were forced or pressured to produce not safe for work artwork. Refusal often resulted in threats, punishment, account takeover, or termination. These minors had no legal protection, had no ability to safely refuse, and were dependent on the system. Revenue distribution and wage disparity, which we will get into in just a second. But I'm an adult, okay? Eventually, I wanted to have not safe for work-esque art for my character because that's stuff that I like. That's fine. But if I had done art commissions of that, even if they're like softcore suggestive, I would be horrified to find out that some 13-year-old is being forced against their will to draw naked titties, okay? And I'm trying to lighten this because it's a serious thing. And like, this is just the accusation tip top. Like, we haven't, like, I'm trying to give it the brevity or the importance that it deserves. But yeah, so like the artist is like an art sweatshop company, also not your fault, not died. Yeah, so essentially there are people that, you know, I'm pretty sure it goes into it more. But the idea is like, they'll have artists that they are abusing to get as much art as quickly as possible, because the more products you have, the more you can sell. That doesn't even go into the reselling issue that is also addressed as well. So revenue distribution and wage disparity. There's an extreme imbalance between company revenue and artist compensation. One branch reportedly earned in USD $10,000 in a single month. Artists received only about $100. Another branch reportedly earned $1.5 billion per month. Artists received only $1.5 million per month. This shows systematic profit extraction from artists. Basically, they're financially taking abuse of them just as much as, you know, everything else, which is also not okay. Like, just because you're administering something and you're the admin does not mean that you are the person putting in all the fucking work. And that itself is fucking horrendous. Misuse and resale of client models. There are reports of unauthorized resale of models. Models submitted for rigging. If a model is considered high quality, it may be secretly resold, often into the Asian markets. This is more likely when the original owner lacks legal backing, there is no strong contract or enforcement, original creators are not informed, nor receive compensation, lose control of their intellectual property. Evidence, screenshots, and verification. Recently, the company has attempted to prove legitimacy by posting screenshots. These screenshots are presented as evidence of real operations. However, other victims have confirmed that the screenshots show the actual workplace of the Black company. The environments, tools, and workflows match those used internally. Because admins are in direct contact with victims, they can easily obtain sketches, progress steps, work in progress images. This allows them to fabricate legitimacy, control narratives, discredit victims who speak out. Note, and this more of the document, we're almost done with the document. We are currently in the works of getting a fully updated list of all the accounts. There is a lot of information to go through, and it is going to take a little time. There is a group of us helping out to get everything done while still working our jobs and doing things offline. Please be patient. If you have any questions or would like to ask about a certain quote artist, feel free to join the Discord. This was last updated on January 23rd of this year. Made this document in hopes to get all the information in one location to keep things updated as much as possible. There is a ton of information to go over and look at. I suggest you take the time to look into it yourself. Use the Discord for any questions, comments, or concerns. Please note that this list of artists does not start with Zenobia, but years before. A lot of information found inside the Discord is information shared with Zenoa from people who previously worked at these companies and are afraid of being doxxed or threatened. It is difficult and unsafe for all the information to be made public. For now, some accounts cannot be verified with hard proof. If you are an artist that made it onto the list and feel like you don't belong there, feel free to reach out. You may be asked for proof, especially if a former employee or a past coworker claims otherwise. If you are here as a buyer wondering why your quote artist was placed on this list, this is not about you, the buyer, getting scammed. You got your commissions that you paid for. The scam that is being spoken of is about the artists themselves. These black company accounts are ran by a manager, not the artist. In most cases, multiple accounts are working on your commission, line arts, coloring, rigging, etc. These artists are underpaid and overworked, some not even getting paid more than 5% of the piece of commission, required to do multiple pieces daily and getting paid monthly. In these cases, there are minors being forced to draw not safe for work content as young as 14, and in some cases, apparently 13. There have also been reports that sometimes these companies resell rigged models on artist sites in other countries. Important links with context, how these companies work, the call-out tweet, the tweet about companies, Min's tweet, some proof with translation, Laura's tweet, QPBT's tweet, Amara Nerlaus VGen's response. Other lists include list of broker studio VGen scans from Indonesia, Illustrator job openings, screenshots of accounts, more screenshots of accounts, Google form to submit evidence, confirmed studio of black company, aka Jeru Ha, include. And I'm going to go over this in a minute. And before I do, I'm not going to click on the link of every single one of these because I've already looked at this. Like I said, you can, honestly, I encourage people to do their own research and to look at this stuff. If you decide not to, that's your priority. But if you want the truth and you want to be able to make a educated decision, I fucking encourage you to check out the Discord. And we've got an ad starting in 3 minutes, so we're gonna pause after the ad here. But these include Omar Studio, Patu Studio, Alfio Studio, confirmed accounts. Whoops, let's go back one. Hold on. Confirmed accounts with micro studios owned by JR Hub include Sangwan, Oma, a whole bunch of stuff I can't say because I'm bad at translating, but you can see the list here in front of you. You can see all these people here, and under which we see Rumiha, this one, under accounts MikoZen. Now, there's a whole bunch of lists here, as you can see, and I can't really, I guess I can try to make it bigger. I will enlarge it for a second here, so y'all can see it. But yeah, there's a lot. So like this is honestly a drop. This is not something that's like, oh, it just affects a couple people. They got fucking Iron Mouse, you guys. All right. So I'm gonna get to a pausing point here because I'm about to have a quick little ad break, and then we'll take a quick little water break to digest. But the next section is going to be going over some of the examples of like the common practices, so you can see, oh, this is okay, this is a little bit sus. But yeah, so I had discovered that my artist was on this list, and I was curious enough to want to invest in and be like, okay, well, is there any validation to this? And you guys, I believe that there is. I 100% believe that there is, unfortunately, which is heartbreaking. Absolutely. But yeah, so there's also a screenshot of somebody who had attempted to like talk to one of these, and you know, they're basically, hey, you motherfucker, come here and deal with me personally. Don't ruin other people's livelihoods, you pig. Here's my Instagram. So they're lashing out when they're caught red-handed, basically, you know. But yeah, so we're about to have an ad start in about 30 seconds here. So if you are still invested, thank you for watching. We will continue this after the ad. The ad will be short. Please get yourself something to drink. I think it's like a 30-second ad or something, but we will dive right in once it's over. So, yeah, I need a drink because my mouth is all dry from all that ranting, and I'm not even done. Okay. And starting now. Okay. We are officially, I believe, an ad break. So we're gonna give it a little bit. I want to make sure people who are not subscribed to me have some time to, you know, catch everything should they so wish. So how are you guys doing today? How are you guys investing in this so far? It's fucking crazy, right? Man. It should tell me when my community is back. I should actually be able to like go take a peek. I'm gonna go take a peek real quick at my own shit to make sure. Okay. I think the ad is finished. I hope. I hope not. I mean, I'm gonna be putting this in a video format when I'm done. So I think we're ready to continue. Not that there should be any of it all, but yeah, it's pretty insane. Not what I expected to see exploitative child labor used for, right? Okay, so we're gonna close that for a minute. Okay, so we're gonna move on. All right, so an ending note about this particular document. Please remember that the people working on this are doing it in their free time. We are not here to accuse real artists, not apart from these companies. Mistakes happen, but remember the admins of these pages will do everything to tell you they are real people, the real artists working under commissions. You must take the time to look into things yourself or ask someone to point you in the direction where this information can be found. No one deserves to be treated like a slave. These artists deserve to be credited and paid. Which is absolutely true. And so now we're going to, hold on, I gotta fix the size because I wanted to make it big for you. Give me a second. So this is, hold on, the video that dropped not long ago, like a day ago. Okay, so first credit to like Sonoma. Oana, I think that's how it is. So I'm not going to play this particular video, but I have screenshots from this. I highly encourage you all, if you want more information, go check out this person's video. Not only do they go over the stuff that I just went over, they also go into more depth and stuff. Like I'm not wanting to just like copy somebody else's reporting on that. Like I'm doing my best not to do that because I have my own investment in this. But I do want to make sure that there is a solid stream of like the accusations, the proof, the similarities, and then unfortunately my community that's affected by it. And I don't even know how many others might be as well. But yeah, so this person, Friendly Neighborhood Artist, definitely go check out their video. It's called Region's Art Scam, Exposing Black Companies That Exploit Minors and Artists. So she goes over the documents and stuff, and then later on into the video, I don't think it's got a time mark on it, she goes over the broker region accounts and what they look like. And these are examples of the stuff that they have. Now I'm gonna basically just, you guys can pause, and when you watch the video later, when you watch the later, but essentially like this is the similarities of what you'll see a lot of the same stuff that they'll just do. They also make their artists sign a non-disclosure agreement. So I had to pause the video for a second. And the non-disclosure agreement basically prevents these artists from speaking up, owning their own stuff, essentially. So it says, this document is prepared for the approval of both parties and includes the following terms. Demonized, okay. I don't know if they mean the title of the company or if they mean, like, demonetized. I don't know. Commissions to UPS to provide sketch services based on demonized concept with full copyright ownership belonging to demonized. I'm just going to refer to it as demon because let's be honest. UPS agrees not to share character concepts, artwork, or material related to demon's concept on social media and may not use that as part of their portfolio. The agreed upon work deadline must be adhered to. The commission will include source files as discussed and agreed upon in the pricing. UPS may not claim credit for the artwork for personal or professional gain. The agreement signed by both parties on January 22nd, 2025 signifies a mutual consent to the terms, ensuring no disputes arise after the order is completed. Now, this might seem like a normal non-disclosure agreement. However, when you take into concept, what this means is that you're going to be doing art for us and you don't own your own art. That's essentially what this non-disclosure agreement is about. And here's the thing. Birdcrone didn't sign no agreement. So I'm going to say what I need to say. So the thing is that this is an agreement basically saying that, like, what you work belongs to us. You know, the company. Hold on a moment. Real quick, Llama, you in the chat? You still in the chat? I saw your comment. Yeah, it's wild. Testing, Llama. Llama, I'm trying to get there. Okay. Is it okay if I mention what you just sent me? Because I think that would be a pretty good moral boost for the people who were affected by this. I think that's a very sweet gesture by Kala, and I love her for that. Is that okay? Because she might want some details from people. Okay. All right. So real quick, Llama, who's who's actually my main mod and editor. Thank you, Llama. You're the best. Is one of the collab partners in this community that I will get into in a moment. But he sent me a message and he says, during your ad break, Ankala, who's his girlfriend, you guys live together, right? If I remember. Anyway, Ankala wants to draw PNGs for everyone to use for the ones who need a free temporary model if they wanted to avoid using their current one. I 100% like that. That's fantastic. That's very sweet. Absolutely. I know that not everybody has $135 to drop on a customizable model. Like, I got lucky enough too, but yeah, I mean, I think that that's a very kind and generous offer, and I will direct people to reach out to you if that's an offer that they want to take. I honestly considered setting up maybe between now and my rebrand in April, because I plan on getting some new emotes and everything. Like, I plan on doing a whole bunch of new stuff in April because I need to distance myself from this because it's just icky. Between now and April, I was also considering doing a donation-a-thon and seeing if we could possibly have like a community funded fund for people to be able to get a temporary model if they so choose. Now, I can't 100% guarantee that that will happen because I need to make sure that there's interest in it, but I don't have a problem setting up something like that and making sure that if, hypothetically speaking, we manage to we manage to like get a donation of like $500, because this is fucking bullshit. But if we manage to get something and being able to like have some people to be able to get something, that would be fantastic. I can't guarantee it because I don't know how many people are going to be involved. I don't know how many people are going to be interested, but that's something that if I had all the funds and means to, I would absolutely like to do that for people, because I know that there's some people I've talked to that are planning on, you know, changing models and going with a new artist, and I myself am going to be one of those in the future, but right now, like, I still want something to be able to stream with. And for me particularly, when this was brought to my attention, I went silent for a good 2 days straight, because I was like, what the fuck do I do now? This is I can't use this model. I'm not comfortable using this model. Like, it was a full-on identity crisis. And I can't imagine the people that like are invested in that, who like do their research and might feel the same way. You might also have some people that are like, you know what, this sucks for the artist, but I also spent that money and the model's mine. And I respect that. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I would not be one of those people that would be comfortable touching that kind of art with a 10-foot pole, knowing that some exploitation was going on. And I know that sometimes like ignorance is bliss, because you don't know. But if you have stuff that's being presented to you, and all you have to do is go look at it and make an educated decision, you're stupid if you decide to just ignore it. I'm sorry. I'm going to throw that out there right now. And I get that. And I get that that's my personal belief on that. And Bird Crone don't care. Bird Crone's going to be a bitch and put that out there. But like, if you're somebody who's like, nah, it's fine, I got mine, well, you're a shady human being. And I'm just going to leave that at that. Because like, it's not about the fact that like, using my disclosure, I spent over $1,000 on this particular model, which is not a lot. Not this model, the previous model, which is not a lot in the VTuber sphere of how much models can be. But that's still $1,000 that I will never see again. That's $1,000 that could have been used for other things, but it was something that I wanted to build and something I was excited about. And to find out that out of that $1,000, maybe the artist that actually worked on my beloved Crone maybe got, you know, maybe if they're lucky, $100, that sickens me. That absolutely sickens me. Because fuck the people who are pretending to be your friends and pretending to be these artists when they're abusing the actual artists that are putting their blood, sweat, and tears into these things. And if you see artists, and I use that term loosely, whose art style changes so fucking drastically, like, artists in general will change as they get like better at things, and they'll try new things, but not usually to that extreme. And sometimes what they'll do is they'll delete any history of what their old style looked like while they're doing their new style, because their new style is not really them either. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of fake practicing and stuff, and a lot of AI tracing, and a lot of all this other stuff that like you don't know until you look into it. And it's upsetting. It's very upsetting. I know she needs info on Apex if they wanted one. Yeah. Again, like, that's something that we can definitely talk about off stream and offline. I wanted to present the information that was given to me and make my own determination based on that. Okay, sorry, Zed was leaving for work. All right, so moving on to that. So yeah, so again, they even got Iron Mouse. So you'll see a lot of these popular eye banners and the logos and the chibi emotes and the bongo emotes, and they're all the same thing over and over and over. So you'll have like 6, 7, 8 artists that are basically having the same quote unquote special, the same quote unquote thing, and the style is almost exactly the same. That's a red flag I didn't know about, because I didn't know any better. But so Iron Mouse is mentioned here because she had one and then she removed it, and she didn't, to my knowledge, this could be wrong as of the streaming, I don't know, but to my knowledge she didn't say anything. She just quietly removed it, which, okay, that's okay, you do you, boo. But like, yeah, but like the point is like they can literally get anybody, because it's that tricky, you know. So then like we're going over just some examples here of like the common practices and stuff. So you see whatever your character here that is popular for that season, and then they'll delete the prior one. So you'll see, like, at this time it was Valentine's Day, so you're seeing a lot of Valentine's Day, New Year's Eve stuff. But then they'll also have the eye banners. They'll also have the same stuff that is significantly discounted and stuff. And then, you know, the older stuff, the Easter stuff, excuse me, I'm trying to say July stuff, and I mean Independence Day stuff. The 4th of July stuff, that stuff like that, it'll be removed from their BGen because that's not popular anymore. And yeah, my model mom did the same thing, so that's sus. Yeah, before you forgot, I also have that Team Twitch invite that I think is in your Twitch inbox. I'll worry about that later. I want to go through the video because I'm only maybe about a third of the way in, and we've already been streaming for, I don't know, however long I've been streaming. I think it's been like an hour. All right, so this is one of the examples of the review. And this is a review that, like, I'm going to explain here in a minute. So, could hardly follow the details of the character's reference. Had to ask for a lot of the same revisions, even though I mentioned it had changed. Gave my characters a huge chest, meanwhile on the reference she has a muscular, flat chest. I'm still finding mistakes even now after receiving the piece. Mistakes that could have been avoided if the reference image I sent of the character was followed correctly. When I asked to see the talk version of her idol, they told me I never asked for another expression. Meanwhile, idol and talk is what I ordered, and this was also stated in their includes section, 1/2 body character plus talk expression. The expression I asked, the expression I asked for was to be cocky, so that the character's personality, when they changed the talk to be cocky expression. Meanwhile, that is not what I asked for. Talking is not an expression, it's an action the character does. They tried to say I had to pay extra for an extra expression, which would have been 35 plus for an additional expression, which was a discount for me, as originally it was $40 plus. This is a complete ripoff, and on their info sheet it said any additional expressions is $20 plus. Eventually I did get it included, but the anatomy looks off. The upper lip is almost touching the nose. I'm waiting for it to load through. I also have a feeling there's a huge language barrier. Honestly, it's not worth the money I spent on this, as I still can't use it due to the mistakes on it. Overall, I do not recommend their PNG tuber services. So here's the thing. Yes, there's going to be a language barrier. But a language barrier is not an excuse for blatantly ignoring what your client is asking for. I had this happen for myself. And when we go into my DMs at the end here, you'll be able to see. I had to make changes multiple times because what I asked for was not actually what I was given. And I know other people have also had complaints where, like, what they got, like, they basically just settled because it was just easier. Let's see here. I just dropped in. If anyone else is looking for a temp model, you can get a decent bare bones model out of Bvoid. It's what I use, and it's crazy easy. I'm so sorry this happened to you all. Yeah, thank you, Ram. Yeah, so again, this is, I don't know what people are gonna want to do. I know what I chose to do. I appreciate that people are, like, kind of coming together and trying to, like, support each other, because this is just, again, this I haven't linked this to Miko yet. Have fun with that. But yeah, so there's that. We're getting to, okay, now I don't have the full response of BGen's response, but they did reach out to BGen, and unsurprisingly BGen was not very helpful. Essentially the argument with BGen is, well, you paid for something and you got it. Like, that's not the point. That's not the point. We as clients can refuse to work with those people going forward, but that doesn't solve the problem of them having that traction, because they have people who don't know, people who are still buying because they think it's a legitimate service and they think it's a legitimate artist, and it's not. And it's unfortunate, because there needs to be more spotlights on that, which is kind of why I decided to make a video on it, because my feelings on it is, like, there needs to be more people speaking out. And the thing is like, I'm going to be bluntly honest. I am too small and too too unknown of a personality for people to give two shits about, except for in my own community. But I'm still one of those people who was also affected, and I also know people who were also affected. And based on what I have discovered and what I have seen, I hope more people will come out. I hope more people will speak out. I don't really know if anything will be done about it, but I know that, you know, what I was as, how do I want to put this? What I saw myself as for that character is gone, because I can't go back to that. So VGen, unsurprisingly, not very helpful. All right, so this is essentially my statement on the situation. There's like a two-part of it, and I removed people's names and stuff. So essentially, like, I was having a conversation with some people about this, because this is a big deal for us anyway, because we are involved in the community of that. So this is my statement and my feelings on this. I will say I 100% disagree with, it's not about how much or how little they make being the artists off their own work. To me, it's a fact that there are these, quote, broker people that are basically claiming to do all the work themselves, and while in actuality they are basically the front of a black company that exploits artists. But for us, paying for stuff from them, it perpetuates the cycle, and basically as long as there are people to, quote, buy the product, this behavior will continue because they are making money off the suffering of artists, and I'm not morally okay with that. The insanely fast turnaround for several commissions at once, the inconsistency of what is commissioned and what comes out, as in there are a lot of clear evidence that reference sheets aren't followed and multiple mistakes are made in production, and other such excuses that are expressively damaging, and any doubt I had was removed by seeing the evidence, seeing the similarities, seeing how she, being Miko, talks, and the stuff that just makes me 100% believe this evidence against her is true and damning without question. And on what one of my siblings said, they have presented themselves to me from the beginning as a solo artist. I have no doubt they've been lying to us from the start, and the fact that they are going into PR mode and immediately messaging us to try and see how deep they are in. The rabbit hole I ventured into over the last 2 days is fucking bad, guys. Besides, it's not about, quote, are they a team, because it's pretty obvious they are. It's a fact that they exploit artists and child labor concerns to be able to crank out so many pieces in such an insanely fast turnaround. Most artists can take weeks on a single piece, but you expect me to believe one person can do a model from sketch to art to rigging in less than a month, for several commissions going on at the same time. I know for a fact several of our fellow siblings were commissioned, done about the same time. That's highly alarming and adds to the credence of what's being accused. Like, legit, I spent an hour saving my entire DM history from her after we started talking about the last commission I got from her. If she isn't a scammer, I'd eat my left foot, kind of sure. Besides, we have to consider that given this evidence, quote, their side is of course going to lie because their financial livelihood is on the line. I agree with my sibling. I do not trust her. I have seen the evidence for myself, and I have made the determination that these allegations, at least for me, are enough that I'm not comfortable using my model anymore. Not with what I know now, and I am going to be using a different model going forward, and not commission them anymore, and not recommend them anymore. And we have to decide as a whole how we approach the community side of this, because the community, its whole identity is tied to Miko and the fact that we are her art kids. But in actuality, to me, it feels like she is a verified scammer and we are just a few of her several scammed victims. That doesn't mean it's our fault for not knowing, but now that we know, I personally do not feel comfortable having our community be based on that lie. For me, either I think we should remove her and consider a reband, or honestly, I am just not comfortable with being a part of a community that is basically inadvertently glazing a scammer. Which I'm waiting for the next piece. Okay. So here's when we get to my personal interactions with it. But yeah, so that's, it's important to me to express the fact that I want to make it clear that this is my feelings on things. I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth. I'm not going to say, well, so-and-so did this or so-and-so said this. It doesn't fucking matter. I am 100% and strictly saying this is what these are the accusations. This is what has given as far as the proof. And then this is my personal interactions with it. So as you can see in this next clip here, I am one of the showcased art kids, basically. Let's see, is Miko even a real person, or is this just an amalgam of artists forced to work for this company? I think the consensus, at least for what I believe, I think that Miko is not a person. I think Miko is somebody who, how do I want to word this? I think it's the broker. I think Miko is the broker who basically has a bunch of artists working under them, and they're the face of this quote-unquote company. I don't think that she or he or whoever is the only one, but based on what I've seen here, I do not believe that they are doing their own work. I do not believe that they are innocent in this. I 100% believe that this is a verified artist as part of the scam list. And the thing is like, you know, if I'm wrong and provide me proof, awesome, fantastic. But given what I've seen, I don't really think so. And I know for a fact, the funny thing is, I know for a fact, once some of my siblings realize I've been streaming about this and making a video about this, I'm quite sure there's going to be some discussion. But I've also had that discussion beforehand. I've already talked to one of the moderators in the community about it and my feelings on it. And I'm making it clear that like what I'm expressing is from my example alone. But the problem is there is a full-on community that I was a part of that is basically her kids. And not everybody in the community joined. Like if you had, let's say, 20 people that were that had commissioned her, and maybe 10 of them joined the community, there are still several other people who are out there who are not in the community, who are also in the same boat. They may or may not just know it, you know what I mean? But at the same time, there are also plenty of my siblings who might be in the dark about this, which is kind of why I decided to put together a full-on fucking slideshow of this, you know? And the thing is like, I'll be the bad guy. I don't have a problem with that. I'm too old to give a shit, honestly. But also like, I'm not gonna be quiet either. It's not okay. It's not okay. Like, and here's the thing. If this turns out to be absolutely not true, I 100% will be like, okay, you know what? I pulled the trigger too fast. I was wrong. However, based on my best knowledge, I believe it. I believe the accusations. I think that they're a broker. And we're about to dive into why I have credence to those feelings. All right. I'm so sad about this. I'm so disappointed. I definitely had those feelings. And I know some people that I've talked to that are in those feelings right now. And my heart goes out to them. Because like, this entire community was built on trust, and that trust has been shattered. And I'm very much a believer of like, you can't just hope a problem goes away. I'm gonna rip the wound open so we can heal, kind of thing. That's how I am. And 100%, I'm quite sure there are gonna be some people that are like, what the fuck are you doing, Rage? I'm being true to myself. You know what I mean? So that being said, let me go back. Trying to like keep track of things so I don't get distracted. I get distracted easily, you know? All right. So as you can see here, everything going forward here are basically my interactions with her. And so as you can see, I was one of the showcase siblings, because, you know, I had such high praise because I loved, and that's the thing, I love the model. The model's fantastic, but the artists behind it deserve the actual praise. And I do not think that Miko is the actual artist behind it. And it's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. But like, given everything I've seen and given like the interactions and stuff, I'm like, why did I not know? But yeah, so you can see here, like, I've commissioned her a lot. And I'm going to keep referring to her as her because I know that she might not actually be a her, but it doesn't fucking matter, this particular person, you know? I have commissioned this person several times. And this is not even all the times I commissioned them. This is all but one, essentially. And I blurred out the, there is a particular artist that is my fan artist that is verified, that is not a scammer. And I am in no way, shape, or form planning on having them have to go through the rigmarole and the sludge of this. So I have blurred out their information because I wish to protect that artist's identity and make sure that that artist is taken care of, because I'm probably going to be going with a lot of her work in the future, because I am going to have to do a whole new rebrand with this new character and the new models and blah, 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 a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, but everything else here I have done with changes to my initial model, because there was always something that I had to fix and I would have to pay to have it fixed, because what I asked for was not actually what I got, or what I asked for was not 100% what was presented. Like, I would have to be like, okay, so seeing it in movement, this is not what I want, and I'd have to pay to make changes, even though I'd already discussed those changes before the model was finished. That kind of thing, which we will go into. So then, again, I'm blurring a lot of, like, my other siblings and stuff, because I want to make sure that they are protected. But as you can see, she does the same shit. She 100% does the same shit, and it's troubling. It's 100% troubling. And I'm also glad that I copied these beforehand, because they are notorious for scrubbing the evidence as soon as the flags go up, and that's not gonna happen. So you'll also see there's a loyalty card, which is something that they apparently also do. But yeah, so we have a loyalty card, you guys, she said sarcastically. Want some sweet perks just for you? Just for being you? Our loyalty card is like a magic key to unlock special treats and say a huge thank you for coming back. We absolutely adore our amazing returning customers and want to sprinkle a little extra joy in their every visit. Here's how to collect your goodies. You get a lovely stamp for every order that's at least $100. Collect 3 stamps and snag a totally free chibi emote. Yay! And when you reach 6 stamps, you'll get a super cute free chibi illustration. This is bullshit, by the way, you guys. This is the cute wording that they're trying to be like, oh, you know, I'm so appreciative of all the money that you're giving us for all these commissions and stuff. You know, like this, the way that they talk to their clients to present themselves as like this sweet and kind and, you know, generous person who's not real. This is Chat GPT fake acting. This is them putting, like, you know, how to get people to believe them. And this by itself might be something that I'd be like, maybe, but it's not the only thing. You know, your girl has more receipts. So it's our warm, fuzzy way of showing how much we appreciate your continued trust and support. To get your card and start collecting, just send us a DM on Discord. We'll send your card right over in DMs. Come join our cozy loyalty program today and start turning your visits into delightful rewards. So these are her terms of service, and I'm not going to pause during it. You can pretty much, actually that is important. You can pretty much read a good chunk of this, and assuming that she doesn't like rebrand, depending on how much fire gets lit under her because the Phoenix is causing trouble. Yeah, so don't be surprised if like you see this, and it'll be the same thing over and over. Like these broker artists, these brokers, will use the same wording because they're basically the same company doing the same shit. So you'll there's like no refunds after the sketch stage, 3 free revisions on each stage: sketch, line art, base color, finishing. You can't do any major revisions after you approve the sketch. Used commissioned works can be used for streaming activities, commercial use. Any kind of reselling activities are prohibited, which is funny to me. because of course they want you to not be able to resell, because they want to have the rights to resell your stuff. So like if you have a unique model and it's very popular and people like it, well, why not try and see if other people want to buy it in other countries? Because surely the internet is not connected and able to see those things, you know. And again, I'm still insanely new, so like my particular stuff has not been out but for a couple of months. So like this isn't about that. It's about the fact that like this is a known practice that they do. So here we go. Here's a big red flag here. Deadlines and deliveries. The turnaround time for model art is 14 to 30 days depending on the complexity. Turnaround time for model rig is 7 to 14 days depending on the complexity. Any add-ons or toggles can add more time to the turnaround time. Do not resell the model. Results can be credited back. Use ISO, blah blah blah. And then you have like the breakdown of the prices, and the prices are, you know, they're too good to be true, because you're like, okay, well, I mean, I can spend $200 for something like that. That's a great deal. That's a great deal because it's a scam, and it's not a scam to you, the person who is getting it. No, it's a scam to the people who are actually making it for you. And if you're okay with that, then you're okay with that. But I'm not okay with that. And then, you know, so you have all this, and then you have like all these reviews because people didn't know any better, because this is only recently found out. And so like they'll change, like whenever something gets flagged up, they'll change, and then, you know, they'll rebrand into something else, and there'll be a different studio. I wish I could like have hand tracking to be able to use the quote unquote studio thing. Okay, so this particular announcement is, so at this particular point, a couple of weeks ago, something like that, she was claiming that like she had been hacked and that somebody was posing as her, and it's this particular guy, which, let me see if I can make this bigger. Here we go. So it says, "Hi everyone. It's been a while since my last announcement, but I think this one is important. There's someone trying to impersonate me, so please be careful of potential scams. I have one Discord account and I've been using here, and I will never DM first asking for payment or personal information. If you're unsure, please double check or feel free to reach out to me through other social media accounts, which are," and then there's that listed. And then what we have here is this duplicate account where it's a dude. And again, it's something that's like, could be true, but the way it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. And again, this by itself would not be, it'd be like, no, that somebody's pretending to be this person, except, you know, remember, since the same time frame, and the same way that they interact with people and stuff. So let me go back to we're about to get into my screenshots, which will have more information here in a moment. Again, I apologize about the scuff here, you guys. Like that. Ah, have to resize it back to normal. Okay. Okay. So here's the issue about the server that I keep mentioning. And you'll see this in the DMs with me and her. When I started commissioning with her, I, again, never done VTubing, never been in the sphere. I didn't really know anybody. And, you know, that's new, that's expected. And she had told me about, like, well, there's this community of other siblings, and they're people who have all had her as their model mom, essentially. And it's a community that's brought together for that, which, you know, was fantastic. And here's the thing. The community is not to fault for this. This is not the community's fault. And this was not even made, the community wasn't even made by Miko. The community was made by someone else and it was someone else who wanted, I suppose, to give credit to Miko, because given back then, it was like it was an artist that was doing amazing, and like we liked the way that like we interacted with this person, this quote unquote her. And so like I have this is the part that kind of makes me sad, because I have made some amazing friends because of this community, and I would not trade that for the world. But fuck the shit that got us here, okay? And like I'm gonna maximize this so we can see exactly hello mouse. Hold on. Oh, my mouse is on the wrong thing. Here we go. I'm gonna make this bigger. Okay. So I'm not going to share, this is the name of the bot, but I'm not going to share the name of the community, because like I'm not okay with doing that. I'm not going to share, no, no, not new model. Oh, moon. But this is the name of the community, or I'm sorry, this is the name of the bot for the community. I'm not going to name the community because it's still kind of fresh and new, but this is why it was important to me. So, welcome to the Sibling Network, a place where chaos meets comfort, the home of MikoZen siblings, friends, and stream partners. Here, creators, streamers, and community members come together to plan collaboration, share ideas, and enjoy each other's company. This is more than just a Discord server. It's a connected network built around trust, creativity, and fun. And that's kind of like the biggest thing that upset me, is the trust, because my trust has been broken. Whether you're a longtime sibling, a new friend, or a collab partner, you'll find your place here. Who can join? Any siblings of MikoZen, friends of siblings, and collab partners of siblings are welcome here. Over time, we might open the doors to more people, but only time will tell. At its core, this server exists so siblings can plan and collaborate on streams, hang out, and have fun together. We also host dedicated 24/7 game servers for streaming events and community play. If you want a game server set up or need access, just open a support ticket in the support request channel, and our game server administrator will review your request and set it up for you. And so then we have the members, we have the sibling friends, we have the collab partners, we have the breakdown of everything here. And again, when I go through the video, you can pause it later. So yeah, but yeah, so we have the bot. Now I'm gonna pause here for to explain for a second here. You have the bot that is like the announcement bot or whatever, and then you have Miko, and Miko is not the owner of the Discord, but she's basically the top tier of like, we are all her kids. It's a little hard discussing this part of it because like it's personal and it's upsetting, but I'm doing my best here, so apologies. But everyone that you see, and I blurred everybody. I went and looked at the members. There's like 63 members in this Discord itself. And I blurred all of the people except Miko and the bot, because fuck that. But I did want to make sure to protect everybody else to the best of my ability, because it's not my place to say, oh well, this person is in the community. This like that's not what this is about. But everyone that's marked blue there is a child, an art child. We had a term for it, and I'm gonna do my best not to use the term because I'm trying not to be too identifiable, in that way. But every one of these pages that you see here now that are blue, those were people that were commissioned, essentially. And you can see how fucking massive this is. I'm giving it a minute. Okay. So there's a lot, obviously. So, but yeah, so we have her Discord profile here. Where it says the same thing. I'm an expert in creating anime art, like live to model, chibi emotes, FP, VTuber logo, etc. There's her link to her studio, which is the quote unquote studio. Now keep in mind, when she first interacted with people, this was just the name of her art stuff, but like she presented herself, and I keep saying she presented herself as being one artist that was doing it all. And then as this stuff has been starting to blow up, it's been, oh, well, I have other people working under me. You already lied once. Like, anything you say, I cannot take any faith in. And for me, I can forgive a lie. I can't forgive a liar. That's something that, like, mistakes are human, and I get that. But based on what you're gonna see here, I have very solid feelings of the fact that, like, this is not okay. But we're gonna continue to let that go through. So here, I'm gonna, so essentially you can see in the interactions with her, I'm letting it basically just play through, I think now. Yeah. So you can see the history of how she and I have talked together. And I'm going to pause it when we get to my actual commission and stuff. But we were talking for like a month before I put together, I'm going to go back a second there. Hold on. Is it here? Okay. So I went back for a second. We had been talking for about a month about what I wanted to do, because I'm very much somebody who will plan meticulously for everything. And if I have a goal in mind for something, I need to have an idea of how much I'm going to be spending and then plan accordingly, because that's just how I am. So I knew I wanted to do it in advance, and I knew it wasn't going to be immediate, but I wanted to kind of scout out my artists first. And from the beginning, you can see how she talks is exactly how the brokers talk. Hi, how are you? Like, all this cutesy, like, feminine presenting kind of put your guard down kind of stuff. And again, this was my first experience with commissioning a model, so I did not fucking know shit. And I still don't know everything, absolutely, but I'm a lot more educated now 6 months later than I was back then. But you'll see how they talk, and it's the exact same fucking way. So, like, you'll see more, but seeing how the mannerisms are 100% the same. The fact that, like, I had asked at one point, which you'll see later on, I had asked about, like, well, can I see the progress and stuff? And they're like, oh, no, we can't do, which is, why, and then, like, a couple of times they'll throw in the, oh, I'm doing a sale, oh, I'm doing a raffle, oh, I'm doing all these things that they do too. Okay. And again, I am kind of just throwing myself out there because this is only my interaction with her. So then we get into talking about my actual commission and making plans and everything here, right? And so I'm looking for, okay, so then she's talking about the turnaround time for the model. Hold on, we need to go back to this. So she's talking about the turnaround time for the model is 9 to 13 days. Prices may vary depending on complexity of the model. So I had asked, and I said, the email I got said it would be estimated to be done by 9/22, but 9 to 13 business days would make it 9/12 or 9/15, the longest I thought. I was a little confused why it was going to take 30 days instead of the 15, because she had, in all the previous conversations, she had basically told me it would take 2 weeks. And again, I'm fucking stupid. I didn't realize that, like, no, there was no way in how that was going to happen. But I didn't know any better. I was going based on the information that was given to me, and the information that I was given to me was bad. But again, did not know. But then when I eventually set up for the invoice and put in the request, which again, the first one does not show, and I don't know why, but it doesn't show up on BGen, so, like, I don't have it on that list. But this is the very first interaction of our sale and our plans and our commissions and everything, and you can just see, like, the habit of how they talk. And then anytime, like, I have questions or changes and stuff, like, you'll just see the constant back and forth. And, like, that could be normal for most stuff, but the things that come out, like, when I ask for something and then it's not what I was at. You'll see what I mean. I will try to clarify that a little bit. Hi, definitely when I join voice chats. Oh god, I'm just a bot. Just I've been lying this whole time. But yeah, so then you'll see a lot of like the same like little chibi smiley emotes and stuff, you know? And then so then you will see. Okay, so here's our first sketch of the model. So this is a couple of days later. Okay, let me go back here. We were talking about paying for the model on the 22nd of August, okay? And 3 days later, she has a sketch from the model, which super fast. I did not expect it would be that fast. And again, didn't know that that's unusual. So she sends that, she goes, hi, I have a sketch update for your model. Hi, guys. Hi. You could like take a shot for how many times you see hi. And like, if this was something that like, is not a pattern in the other DMs that I've seen for other brokers doing the same thing, it's it's questionable. Is it awesome? Let me see. So then we have the first bust up sketch. Now I had oh, you know what? This is still also too big because I forgot that I didn't summarize that down. So give me a second. Let me fix that. Okay. Okay, there we go. So yeah, so we have like the first sketch here. Now I sent over the PDF, which there'll be some screenshots of what the PDF is. I don't think I included the PDF in here, which I'm kind of upset that I didn't. But I broke down, I don't think I might have access to it. Hold on, because I feel like that might be important. Give me a second. We're gonna go all in. Okay, I do have it. All right, so we're gonna switch over to this real quick. Now, if this works properly, you should be able to see. Yes, okay. So my original character concept, as you can see, everything pretty like written out, right? So we have the age range, MILF, because let's be honest, that's what we were going with. 30 to 35 years old in appearance. Dark red hair with orange and gold highlights, styled in a very high ponytail, side swept bangs on one side, ponytail hair long and wavy, at least mid-back or longer, and framed around the figure somewhat. So you can see, let me go back over here. You can see I even include examples of what I'm talking about. And so I have pictures 1, 2, 3, color approximately 4 is essentially the style. I said hair, vibrant red with burnt orange highlights, think fire colors, worn in a high ponytail at the top crown of the head, hair accessories, delicate and gold. Eyes, iris, golden, yellow / amber, yellow eyes, eye color, look, and approximate. So I'm like, I was pretty detailed in my character concept. Like, it was pretty obvious, like, I kind of had an idea in mind. So then we have traits. Phoenix wings made of fire itself or feathers on fire. Reds, golds, burnt oranges, dark yellows. That's not actually what I got. Like, the model I'm using now, because I made it myself, has the color variation, but you'll see what I mean when you see, like, the finished product here. So yeah, this is all character stuff that was included. Outfit details: crimson and gold colors, halter top like bust. Outfit doesn't interfere with wings, meaning can see wings behind the outfit, if that makes sense. And I have a couple examples of different outfits. And then I have Phoenix personality is bold, confident, and a bit flirty, and would wear outfits to show off her ample bosom without being distasteful. She's hot both literally and physically, and she knows it. So yeah, I'm a dork. That's fine. Whatever. However, let me go back to the video here. However, the character concept was pretty on par for what I wanted, you know, and over time, I eventually kept tweaking it. But it still follows the same pattern of abuse that we've seen from the other artists. So yeah, so we have the bust here. Again, only a couple of days later do we have the sketch. And then we have we're gonna continue. So again, I'm like, it looks awesome because, you know, it did. I liked it. I did. I don't have a problem with the art. This is not about the art. This is about the shadiness of the art practices. I want to make that absolutely clear. Man Crazy Rage gave them everything they needed to AI generate it, and they still exploited artists. Touche, Lava, touche. So you'll see, like, you know, she'll have like these little, you know, cutesy emotes of interacting, and again, this is like only a month into interacting with this particular artist. You know, they're being buddy and they're being friendly, and, you know, yeah, you want to have a good relationship with your clients and stuff, but like, given what we know of the evidence of the other stuff, follows the pattern, and that's what's alarming to me. So then we'll see this, and then I talk about, I did have some changes that I wanted to do. The original sketch, if I can go back, the original sketch had the horns really, really big, and I didn't want them that big. I didn't want them taking up half the head size. So I had requested to make the horns smaller and to make the wings smaller, which is what you'll see here, and to add the dangly bits to the necklace and stuff, right? So I also gave a visual of what the original sketch had for the wings, for example, and then what the smaller wings were. So a lot of this was just like me being very particular about, like, okay, well, some minor changes here and there. There weren't like major design stuff. It was more about sizing for like the ratio of what I wanted. Because, you know, I'm paying money for this thing. I'd like it to be something that I want it to be the way I want it to be, you know? So we have this, excuse me. So then we have the full sketch here. Now I'm going to pull up the full sketch here so you can see. Again, this is, when was this? Here's the revised sketch update. This was basically the same day, if not within 24 hours of the revised sketch, which, if there were a single artist doing it by themselves, yeah, I would agree, like, that's really fast, but like, questionable. Apologies, I'm trying to like maximize this so you guys can actually see the details here. So we have another ad starting here soon. So we have, you know, the full, this is not very good quality. I apologize about this. But like, I have like the actual pictures and stuff. This is just to show you guys, but like, we have like the full details of everything here. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I thought it looked fantastic. I was so excited about it. I still am. I'm just brokenhearted that like the shady practices that brought this to life, like, I don't feel comfortable associating with that character because of what I've learned. And that's upsetting because like that character is super important to me, and people who know my IRL history understand why, you know. You got the whole thing modeled. Oof. I didn't get the whole thing modeled. We're gonna see more of this. I only got up to like the middle of it and whatnot. But yeah, so we're about to have an ad here. So we're going to continue through here, and I want to see how far I can get before the ad picks up. Okay. So we're still, so this is when I was asking about like, oh, well, can I see do you stream it? Cause I see you have YouTube and I see all this stuff. Like, do you stream the progress? And she's like, no, I don't, because of security, because of privacy. Bullshit. We know that's bullshit now. So then I said, oh, I wanted to ask before I forgot. I love the full sketch of the full revised sketch and was wondering how much extra it would cost to get it fully colored. Not fully rigged, because I won't need the full body, but I was wondering if I might be able to pay the difference for the full art in the future, because I'm wondering if I could pay you an additional $200 for a second commission to color it from bust down the line, or would it be $350 in total? I was thinking about it for future commission. So basically, I had already commissioned and paid for the bust up version, which we will see here shortly. And I loved the concept. I loved the color and everything. And I was like, well, I would want to have a full color model eventually. I don't know if I'd ever like continue to have more of a rigged, which spoiler, I did. But like I wanted something to start with, which was just the bust up, which was fine. I was basically just horns and a pair of tits. But I then had I wanted, like, the art is fantastic and the artists themselves deserve the credit for what they're doing, and the fact that there's somebody who made this character and is not getting treated the way they should is really upsetting to me and pisses me right the fuck off. And we're about to have another ad, so I'm gonna pause for a second here while we do that. I also need to get something to drink because I am talk. So we're gonna pause for a minute while I get some of my soda. Feel free to ask questions in the meantime. I don't know how long. I have my ad set up for like 30 seconds, so they shouldn't be missing too much and stuff, but like I needed to drink real quick. Actually, indeed a good noob trap. People wanting something unique ended up looking for cheap 2Ds. It's really sad since the Indonesia child did really well on your boobs. Right? But here's the thing, Moon. What's upsetting to me is like, I don't know how I want to put this. I know that I am one of like probably hundreds, if not probably thousands of people that have fallen for this scam and have fallen for this pretend Miko. Let's be honest, she's not a real person. And I believe that. And so the amount of time and effort that I put into something, it's stuff that I can't get back. Fine. But it's upsetting that there are other people who have also done the same thing and may not be aware. Like, I don't even want to think about all the people that paid for full models and full outfits and full rigging and probably spent like thousands upon thousands of dollars that they will never fucking see, because at the end of the day, you can't just be like, well, I paid for this thing and I got it, but the person that gave it to me is a scammer. Like, it doesn't matter. In the terms of service, if you pay for something and you got it, you got it. That's it. That's absolutely it. And so, like, there's nothing that can be done about that, and that's troubling and that's upsetting. But all that can be done is to speak out about it and not let it continue. I am not going to be commissioning Miko going forward. I am not going to be recommending her going forward. And the thing is in my noobish self, I did, because I didn't know any better. So I would see people on Twitter talking about looking for an artist and looking for a rigger, and my dumb ass would be like, oh, you should totally go, you should commission, and I would at Miko to get that attention and be like, you should go with this person's been great. I didn't know that I was perpetuating the problem, because again, I was new to the sphere, I was new to the system, I didn't know shit. And I'm still learning, you know, like, I am 42 fucking years old. I am not a child. But when it comes to this situation and this community, I'm still very new. I've only been doing this for like 5 months? More than that? Like, I hold on, I gotta think about this for a second. I debuted temporarily with a very cheap temporary model in August, because I got a generalized model to kind of like learn how to do the 2D stuff and how to do VTube Studio, because I knew that when I got my commission model, I wanted to kind of already know what I was doing. So I used a temporary model for like August. So technically, August is when I started. So August, September, October, November, December, January. Yeah, it's been 6 months. Shit, it's been 6 months. It does not feel like it's been 6 months. But yeah, that's still also a drop in comparison to people who have been doing this for like years, okay? But it is what it is, you know what I mean? And all you can do is like learn and go forward. I only just realized that's a pang that it did seem to be a sweatshop. It's okay. If it's okay to ask, sorry if you talked about it earlier. I missed the start stream. How did you find out about this? I had no idea a scam like this was running, especially on BGen. That is earlier. I do encourage you, once I finish this, I'm gonna upload this. I don't know if I'm gonna bother editing it. I might just upload it as it is. I'm not sure, but I'm 100% gonna put this on YouTube. You will see this on YouTube. This is just me having a conversation with you guys about this now, and going over and breaking down what I have. Because again, I made a point to go over like how it got brought to my attention, the accusations that I found, the evidence that I found, the stuff that was questionable, the video that was just dropped like a day ago, not even, and then me streaming this today, you know. So this is still a hot topic. This is still very new. And again, this is still just also like a drop in the bigger sphere of things. Like, some people aren't going to give two shits, because who the fuck are these artists? Who the fuck are these VTubers? Like, who knows? Who cares, you know? But this is important to me, because this is an identity that I have to distance myself from, because I'm not okay with it, you know? And we don't even know more about what's going on there. So let's yeah. So moving back on, we're about halfway done with my slideshow. I'm sorry. So then you can go on to see this. So like we make a discussion, and we're talking. Oh, here's the server. So we're talking about, you know, like I want to keep commissioning them, because again, I think this is a legit artist. So I'm like, oh, I stumbled upon a gem. No, I'm dumb. It's fine. I'm stupid. It's fine. But she invites me to the server, and this is a server with the other siblings. And so for about a month beforehand, I've been interacting with her. Then we get the base color here. And this is just a base color of what we have. And again, we have things not fully being what's being asked for. We have like the wings all being one shade, and I had asked, like, you know, different colors, fire colors. Red is only one of many colors of fire, you know? And it's a very, very basic. And so like the excuse at this point is like, okay, well, it'll be cleaned up in rendering. Okay, that could possibly be it, but I don't know any better, you know? The horns being as dark as they were. So like, there's also like a gap at some point that I asked it to be fixed. And then I use references of like, okay, well, the horn should kind of look like a corkscrew, looking from the front. And then you have like more stuff here. I had done like, getting ahead of myself. I had done like a storybook. Let me go back. So in all the lead up to this, I was super excited, and I wanted to have like a storybook about my character, essentially like the lore of it and stuff, and like the basics of like what the character was about and everything like that, and everything that was about the Aries Phoenix. Okay. And I had wanted to make sure that like I wanted to include the sketch, because while it wasn't fully finished with the rendered, it fit the storybook theme that I had done, in which I basically had drawn these little chibis. I'm a terrible artist, but this is the best I got. I had drawn these little chibis and was telling the story of how the character came to be. And my lore video is up on my YouTube, so like it's out there. I'm not gonna go into that again. But I had asked her permission and be like, hey, can I have? Is it okay if I credit you, because I'd like to include this picture at the end, because this is supposed to be the hype for when we're going to go. And so I had planned on debuting mid-September based on the information she had given me, and then it didn't end up happening because it took longer, which is understandable. There was a lot of work with like the coloring and the rigging and everything, and it didn't actually become available until September 22nd, which is fucking hilarious to me, because the email literally said it would take a month. And she's like, no, it won't take a month. It took a month. It did. Which, again, would be fine if that's the normal procedure, but that's not. So we have this here. BGen tends to be... Hold on. BGen tends to be the safest, but it isn't immune to sold invitation keys and people abusing the system, sadly. Yeah. And the thing is what's happening is these artists are getting verified on BGen, and then they're spreading like wildfire, as I will say, but it's like somebody else in the other video said like a virus, and they're spreading unchecked because what they're doing is they're copying the same example of like cheap prices and cute cheap art, and then getting the traction of people being like, oh well, Jesus, $30, $50, that's completely and utterly within budget, you know, because you're paying for what you're getting, sure, but that's how they get it. And then, you know, then they start negotiating, or then they'll do their raffles to get people's attention and be like, oh well, you know, so and so won, but like you know, you're important to me too, so like here's a 10% discount. They don't fucking care about you. They want to get your interest enough to have you give them money to make commissions and work these artists in such horrible ways. And yeah, you'll get your commission, but you know that your commission is probably being worked on by several abused and underpaid artists and stuff who are being exploited in these other countries. That's the problem. That's the issue that we have here, right? And again, to make this 100% clear, like I can't say I have undisputed proof. That's not what this is. This is based on what has been accused, based on what evidence has been shared, and based on the fact that my personal interactions is 100% the same as what everybody else has been saying. There's a drop to truth in that to me. And this could be just a very inconvenient coincidence, sure, but I'm also fucking not gonna believe it. And the fact of the matter is like it breaks my heart that there's so many people that might not even be aware of it, or that just, you know, don't care. And it's like, okay, well, I'm not one of those people. I do care, okay? It might not fucking matter because, you know, I'm just some random person screaming into the void, but you know what? It's important to have people speak up about it, honestly. So, that being said, but yeah, so you'll see more of the same interactions. And then we have the render here, and then we have the expressions and stuff. And then so at this point, let's see if I can, oh, I went back too far. So excuse me, at this point there's a cry emote that in the sketch it was just the tears on the eye, and in the fully colored and rendered version it was tears on the cheek. And that's not what was asked for. Again, these are like minor little things, but when this is like a habit that these brokers do, because they're not directly involved, like they're not the actual artist. The artist would know, oh, that's right, you asked for this, you know, or oh, I'm following your reference sheet. But there's so many people, so many hands, and so many cogs in this, it's very easy for things to fall through the crack. And you, as a person who's commissioning it, might be like, okay, I can, you know what, it's fine, I'm gonna trust the process. That's not what's happening here. So in this particular example here, what we see is, you know, I basically point out like, okay, the sketch said this is not what the finished product is. And so then I initially was like, I wanted the tears removed. And then I eventually was like, it's too much effort. Whatever, it's fine. But again, and then here, you'll see this is the only quote unquote evidence that is given of the progress. Now this is after the sketch, this is after the base, this is after the rendering. This is essentially like a piece of you know, like more than likely what they probably did is they probably went to their artist and was like, hey, I need a piece of information to prove that this is, you know, this, I do not believe this is really them. I don't. Based on everything else, I don't. But like, this is the only thing that was ever given as far as like progress, like actual progress. Everything else was like, hey, here's the sketch. Hey, here's this upgrade. Hey, here's this cut. That was it. There was no like, this is how I'm doing. This is the process so far. And the thing is like, I understand different artists are different, but I also lived with an artist. We're not gonna talk too much about that artist, but I lived with an artist. I know how artists can operate, And when they're working on something, it can take them anywhere from like a couple of days to a couple of hours to a couple of days just to get like one little thing, especially if they're like very, very particular about how they want to do something. And if they get their burnout where they're like they don't want to do that right now and they come back to it later, but not in the insane fast turnout that it is, you know. Listen, we're not mentioning the artist more. We're just saying I lived with an artist. I know what artists can be like. I know what that ... is. As a rule of thumb, if it's too quick, no work in progress videos based on low wage paying companies, also calling themselves studios and extremely cheap compared to what actual artists are charging, then it's most likely a sweatshop. Yeah, and the thing is, like, unfortunately, this is something that, like, I've only just recently discovered, so, like, there's nothing I can do about it going back. But going forward, I can warn people, hey, don't be like me. Do your research. And if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Vet it. Reach out to people. And that's the thing, is like, I had asked, I can't remember how far back this was, but I had asked a while ago if I could talk to if I could get some like information about like their prior clients and stuff, and they're like, oh, you can see on my BGen the list of people that like my work. And it's like, that's not what I asked. I asked if Bob Schmo commissioned a let's just say a regular old school Griffin model from you. I want to see how their interaction was with like the Griffin wings to my Phoenix wings or whatever the case might be. I had asked, and they're like, oh, you can look at my portfolio, which is again not what I asked, you know. So but yeah, so we see this, and then we have the update, and like I was astonished. Okay, here we go. I was still astonished because like it was so fast. It looked nice, and it was something that like, this was mine. This was me. I just wish I knew now what I know now, or then what I know now. But like, it is what it is. But this is the first interaction you'll see here about on September 24th. This is 2 days after she gave me the files. Okay. And so she had given me it. I was excited about it. And pretty much the minute she gave me the stuff, I spent like all day long working on my parameters to be able to debut, because I was excited. It was behind schedule about what I wanted to do. I wanted to do mid-September, but I ended up doing it September 22nd. And I was very excited. I pretty much, like, the day I got the files, I spent all day working on the stuff so I could basically debut that night. I was fucking excited because I got this new thing and it was this shiny, and I was so excited. I was so excited to share it off, you know, and it was great. It was a great experience and I enjoyed my debut and everything. But there were still problems. And there were still things that, like, I just wish that I had known. And, you know, hindsight is 2020. But here, there's a couple of examples here where I basically am telling her that when my head moves like this, when I look to the side, my bang covers my eye fully. The bang is not transparent. You can't see the eye. It basically is operating like a fucking eye patch over the eye. And it was frustrating, and it was just annoying because, like, I had asked about it. I asked about it in, like, the initial phase, and it was like, oh, well, that's just the movement. It won't be that bad. And then when I got it, it was just like it was. And so then, but I said here, I was like, okay, I think I've discovered it's more, oh, this is about the wings, too. So, I mentioned this here. I said, okay, I think I've discovered it's more the way the wing base is designed for both sides. I think it's just 9 feathers on each side. Maybe there is a way instead to have them somewhat attached to the hair. I don't know how rigging works, so I apologize if it's really not a simple solution. So aside from the hair, and the other issue that I'm noticing, if you can look carefully in the, let me see if I can, in the gap here, right? You can see there's a gap between the wing and the shoulder and stuff. And essentially there's just wings missing. There's feathers missing there. It's just a small inconsistency, and it's only noticeable whenever I moved the body because the hair covered most of it. But this is something that, like, an artist or a rigger who was an actual artist or rigger would be, that I 100% do not believe they would have left production with like, oh, well, there's a gap here, that's fine. I think artists in general would have enough pride in their work to be like, I can't let that go out like that. you know? Same way of like a chef, if a burger doesn't look appetizing, they're not gonna want to send it to the customer because the customer is gonna complain, you know. Now that might just be a random example, but yeah. So like so there's the wing gap there, there's the issue with the bangs covering the eye, and like I'm showing the clips of the wings and you can see the eye being covered by the bang. So there's that. So then we go on here. So here's the boob joke. Okay, so let me explain this. Initially when I had the model, I wasn't really sure if I wanted the bigger bust, and I decided eventually to increase the bust. And this 100% is more along the lines of like what I had it for a while, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna pay for a larger bust because it would just make more sense because I myself have a bigger bust. So it's just, I wanted to kind of have that reflected. Like the model itself, I had asked for something that looked like older, mature, right? Like 30, 35, you know, almost 40s, right? The model that was given to me, like, to me, it seemed like it looked like in its 20s. It did not really match the mature vibe fully. And there were some things that I would later change to kind of make that a little bit better. But these are things that like were not even paid attention to in the character customization that was originally provided, you know? So there's that, the boob job. let me allow that because yep. Yeah. So that was a funny thing with my community. We were joking about getting bigger bird boobs, and then it happened, and it was just a joke that was fantastic, and I love it. I love my community. So we had this because we were thinking about it and stuff. So then so we're talking about getting the bigger bust. So we have the rendered side and everything else with that. Then we have the limited time coupon, like, hey, you know, let me go back to this. So this is okay. So it's like, I'm about to send you the gift even before you put the blue heart on my comment section. Here it is. I've sent them to your hubby as well. For a limited time, 20% off all services on BGen. Valid until October 20th. So again, this is something that they did. Luigi is amazing. Yeah. My friends are hilarious. But yeah, so like this is something that they do where they do like, oh, these coupons to get encouragement and have people like come, like you're already really low price and now you're going even lower to be able to lure suckers like me in. Okay, like it is what it is, but Jesus fucking Christ. So then all right, so then we have what's this conversation? I keep, every time I pause it to go back, I like can't I pause it too fast or pause it too slow, whatever. All right, so then in October I get some unexpected money, and I'm like, someone has some extra funds. Guess who wants to commission more art from you if your comms are still open, of course. And I get to use the coupon. This is October 9th. This is less than 2-3 weeks after I had debuted. Okay. So I have $200 currently to work with, and I know we discussed add-on commission down the line. So I need to find out two options here. One, if I just commissioned you to do the full body art alone, would that be $200 correct, since I've already paid $350 for the bust up and the bust up rigging? Or two, if instead I commissioned you for a half body art and a half body rig, would that be $200? Because I broke it down and I did half and half, would it still cost the same? So essentially, this is reiterating to the conversation we had when I first commissioned. Was like, I will eventually want more stuff, and I want to find out if I've already paid for a certain amount. So if initially I paid $150 for the bust up, for the art, and then $150 for the bust up rig, does that payment of what you paid apply to other stuff? So like, if I started off with a bust and I decide, you know what, I want to go with a half body, which is what I did, does what I paid get credited towards the amount? Which I feel is an odd question, but is a fair question because like I didn't have $250 and $250. I'm sorry, 250. I didn't have $500 off the bat to be able to do a half body art and a half body rig, but I did have enough to be able to start with just the bare minimum, the bust for both, right? So I was like, well, if I've already paid $350, do I have to pay more? Or are you applying that? And she did say, well, you've already paid this much, we could do a discount on that. And of course they want to work with you because they want your money. So they'll still work with you, but they'll still kind of, it's still a lot. And remember, this is not them doing it. Basically what they're doing is, okay, well, if I make a deal that works in my benefit and I'm still getting a lot of this money, I can have the artist do whatever, and then I still get a large 90% chunk of it or whatever, you know? But they still want to hook you enough to be like, no, you have to pay for the full thing, and be like, okay, well, then I just will go to a different rigger or whatever the case might be. No, they want to still keep you because they want to make sure that, you know, they can still keep milking that money train, you know? So we talked about that here. Also apologies for Sam, just checking for clarification. This was the full sketch. This was the bust. So I'm wondering if this would be the half body. So then you see her response here. And we have the cutesy, hi, my fire daughter. Which, first time she had been using that. So that was also kind of okay. Sorry for the response. Mommy just caught a cold and on my first day of my period. Okay, sure. So then she breaks down the options here, and she, you know, she's talking about how, oh, here we go. It's okay, let me break down these two options. If you choose just the full body art without the rig, that would normally be $200. With your 20% voucher, that comes to $160. Now for the half body art and rig additional, it's slightly trickier. Since the rigging requires me to go in and repart some of the existing art, the cost breaks down to $100 for the art and $200 for the rig, totaling $300. Applying your 20% voucher brings the total to $240. So which option works best for you? So I go on to say the second option, let's do it. I can swing $240. I'm so sorry to hear you're not feeling well. It seems like the season. Oh, and this time, would it be okay to do a half and half payment? Pay half up front and then pay the other half next week. I get paid again on 10/16. But I just want to make sure hubby has enough to do grocery shopping today. Unless you're okay with me just paying you in full next Thursday, I am not sure when you would be able to squeeze me in. I know you have other comps you're working on regularly. And then I said, so then for clarification, would this be the half body? I wasn't sure exactly where the half cutoff would be. And you did such an amazing, an incredible job on the skirt. I love the idea of the jewelry on the skirt tying in with the jewelry on the horns. Oh, and a random quick question. Is there a way to have the rigging on the bang not move as much? Anytime I move with my current model, it hides my other eye a lot, and it might be neat if it didn't move as much as the rest of the model. The rest of the hair. Sorry. Is it playing? Here we go. I'm fine with both of these as long as you're comfortable with that. If we have to set up multiple payments, then I'll help you set those as well. And I said, yeah, I'm good with paying half up front and half on Thursday. I just want to make sure you're okay with the two. Because she does say in her terms of service, like, paying half and half on stuff is okay. You just have to say up front. Which, you know, again, you want to make sure that you have some money. So you're going to work with what you can, because zero commission is zero commission, you know. I'm excited. How do I set up VGen? I need to officially commission you there, right? So keep in mind, I didn't fully commissioned her on VGen. We had discussed in DMs. This is why the first one didn't actually show up. We had discussed in what was it? DMs and pretty much and whatnot. But it wasn't until later that she was like, oh yeah, you go submit my stuff through VGen. So like, that's upsetting. But that's why I have receipts. And she goes, that's fine with me. I want to make sure this also, usually I cut half body until the waist part, so it will be like this. Is that okay with you, dear? Again, with the same like dear mannerisms, sweetheart and hun, like, you know. Probably a dude. We're pretty sure that's probably a dude. A note for this one also, I'll fix this on the rigging part later. I said, okay, I wasn't sure where the hat would be. I liked the little thigh peak and the full hair length. Could I pay extra for the extra inch or two? I don't mind. Your work is so worth it. Again, the artist worth it. Or maybe just get the last jewelry dip on the skirt like this. So I'm giving visual examples of like what I want. Okay. So she says, okay, I get it. Since you're fine with the extra cost for the extra 2 inches, that would be $60 to the price. So your discount applied, the final cost would be about $288. Does that sound good to you? I said, yeah, that's doable. I'll just do 144 up front and 144 Thursday the 16th. And I'm doing my math right. It's late and I'm tired. So again, oh yeah, we can add more, but it's going to cost more. So then, so then we have, you can send the request through here. So yes, and then there's more of just the talking here, the same interactions, you know, like it's very much the same. So, all right. So then this is the first time she shows me the 1.5. Okay. My fire daughter. Oh, she'd be. So this is the first time that she shows me the 1.5 update. And she goes, oh, by the way, I've tried to put colors on your 1.5. What do you think? Now, there's some problems with this, and I identify that with her, quote unquote her. I say, looking good, but the bottom of the hair is supposed to be more burnt orange, kind of umber color, remember, from the character concept. Which I will see here. I think I have other pictures here, too, so I'm just going to let that play through. So I point out about that. And then so they said, I made the changes here since I think it suits better for your hair. What do you think now? I said, it looks awesome. It's perfect. Yes, the bottom half is going to be the same shade once it's all done. I know the split is giving it half and half look, so I wasn't sure. Something like this. Top red, middle burnt orange, light, ends light blonde. I absolutely love the color transition, but could we go with the lighter on the bottom so it lightens as it goes down? But the lighter hair looks incredible against the red of the rest of the outfit. I am so excited. So I, again, give an example of what I asked for. Again, reiterating, there we go. Reiterating what I'd already asked for in the original concept, you know, and again, mistakes can happen, sure. But if you are actually a company with multiple artists, not everybody's going to be on the same page. So that makes more sense. And that adds, to me, more credence to this is a scam. So then I give an example. I take the picture of the color and I flip it. And I'm like, I'm looking more for like the darker blonde on top and the lighter blonde on the bottom. I have an idea in mind and I'm paying for this. So I want to have it be what I originally asked for. And anybody that knows anything about hair, and I don't know a whole lot about hair, but I know enough about hair to know if you have an umber color where it goes from one shade down, it changes colors. Like there's like sometimes 3, sometimes 5, but it usually starts with like one color on top and a gradient to go down the way, which is what I used in the original concept and what I asked for. And even still, there was a lot of back and forth about, okay, well, this is what I asked for, and like reiterating it and the changes constantly. And like I was giving a lot of benefit of the doubt because I didn't know any better. I didn't know this person was a scammer, you know? And so my experience, we're almost done with my experience. My experience plus everything else that I have seen, plus the Discord, plus the links, I firmly believe that this is the scam. And now that I know, I'm like, the fuck? So we're talking more about this, and you can still see the same way that, you know, and I give this example of like, this is what I'm talking about. And then we finally have an update here. Which is more in tune to like what my model ended up having, which again, I love, and I am very sad that this model is basically dead. And because the model looks great, the artist did a fantastic job, but like I'm not comfortable using this model, knowing what I know now, you know? So here's an update, this is what you think. And then I point out a couple of inconsistencies again. And I'm like, okay, well, can we fill in the circle? Like, this looks weird. Can we fill in this? And then I basically do like a little copy paste of like a line or whatever. I'm like, can we put like a top, like the weird little point out, like I think it shows it a little bit more. Does it? It does. So there's this weird little notch. Okay, so like these are things that like they're small minor things, but there's so many of them that I'm like, it was questionable the more it kept happening. And again, because I didn't know any better, I was like, well, maybe that's just how this artist is. No, I was just stupid. It's fine. It's fine. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I'm stupid. So then, you know, we talk about this and we talk about fixing it. We're going to get into the fun part with the boobs here in a minute. So then, you know, we get here. So we're talking about the bangs. We're talking about, okay. Let's see here. Okay. So here we're talking about, like, this is supposed to be some changes she had made to the bang after the 1.5, right? She supposedly had included, trying to make it move less. And there's a video here. It's just a screenshot, so I can't actually like share the video here. But there's a video here of like the movement, and it's still covering it. And so I said the bang is still covering the left eye a lot when it moves. Should we make it stationary and not move then? Other than that, everything else looks great. The movement on the hair, the jewelry on the skirt, etc. Oh, and I put the add-on request on BGen for lol boob job, by the way. So if I'm getting amused by that. So you want to have it stay instead of moving like now. And then I say, yes, the bang just keeps covering the left eye, and it might just look better to leave it stationary so when my head moves, you see all of those lovely golden eyes. There's so much movement with the wings and hair itself, it makes the bang stay put, should still look really good. So she comes back and says, I want to share the revised update with your rig. First, I want to disclaimer. I've lowered down the parameter for your bangs, but I personally think the bang still needs to move a bit. It will make it more natural, since that would look weird if I make it 100% static. Which, at the end of the day, it should be up to what your fucking client wants, which I didn't have enough education and knowledge to know, bullshit, I want this, why aren't you giving me this, I'm paying for it. It's the excuse of, I don't know how to do that, so I'm gonna just say it should look better like that. It's like, if I turn, okay, the model I have here, I have a bang near my eye. I turn, you can still see my eye. I turn, you can still see my eye. The bangs are not covering my eye. And the thing is, it's like, if I've said this now 3 times and I still keep getting excuses, my dumb ass was like, okay, maybe it's not, maybe they can't fix it. No, I didn't know any better. All right, so we had this. Let's see. So there's nothing to fix, I'll export the files. So we're talking here. Okay. So here we're talking about the next commission. Now keep in mind, this is, I think, number 3 at this point. So we did the bust, we did the 1.5, which was the half body. Now we're doing the 3rd commission, which is the bigger bust, which this is the only one in which was like, it was something I added on after the fact. But like everything else was like original stuff that had to be corrected or changed later. Like the hair, the bangs, you know? But like the bust was like, if I had wanted a bigger bust at that time, I should have said something, whatever, it's fine. You know, that's something that like I decided to do. But then we're not even going to talk about the weird proportions of the bigger bust, which we'll get into in a moment because we're almost done with my stuff. The transparency and layers are perfectly fixable. The artists, I'm confused what's going on. Or, I'll explain later, Corby. I've been streaming about this for a while, so all right, so I use the reference of this is the character reference I have. Like, think Urza, Scarlet from Fairy Tale, angry redhead. Like, that's been my thing for a long time. But I use a reference of like, this is kind of the idea of like the bust size for the increase that we're looking at. Like, you can tell from my customized model, I have the boob size that I want. Regardless, so I give her references here, and we're talking about the payment of it, and then we're talking about how much it is, and then it's the taxes, blah, blah, blah. So then she then gives me a comparison, okay, and it's a little bit bigger, but it's not it's not very noticeable. So I'm like, okay, can we make it bigger? So then, like, I have a wild hair up my ass to make a joke about it because, you know, I'm a very comical person. So I was like, let me just take a screenshot and then make it bigger. So I said, okay, I got a visual and I can't stop laughing, but please hear me out. I said somewhere in between that, oh my fucking God, I can't stop laughing. So I just want you to appreciate here. So while we pause for a minute here, like, I was looking for something a little bit bigger and I feel like she just went and just chose the biggest option. But I was like, okay, so you have the original, you have the little bit bigger. I'm looking for something a little bit bigger than that. Like between this middle and the last one is kind of more where I'm looking for. And like, it's difficult to make an exact decoration of like, okay, this is exactly the size I want. I want 36.2. That's not how that works, you know? And I get that. But like, I'm giving you visual representations of what I want. Like, it's not that hard. So then we continue on with that. And then she sends me this monstrosity. And so we get the options of what it is. And again, this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is only this is a couple of days later. Now, here's the thing. This is fully colored a couple of days later. Okay? That's suspicious to me in the first place. Like, how did you manage to get a sketch and a color that fast, that quickly? You know? Like, it is what it is. So then, like, we end up deciding, I think it's A. Yeah, I think it's A. We decided to go on A because it's more shaped down to the body or whatever. But yeah, so then we have like the insane at the end with C, and then we have like A or B is more what we're looking for and stuff. But you can see that like they didn't do anything with the proportions are just way off, right? And yes, I asked for larger tits. However, if you look at something and you're like, this looks a little off, maybe you should adjust it accordingly and like add a little bit more curve to the hips to kind of make more sense for it. So like when I started using it, I started using the model down to like the hip waist area a little bit to kind of give more of the visual appearance. But like the top is very obviously like this is out of proportion. Obviously out of proportion. And it's like, okay, hey Kiji. Oh my God, guys, we have an excuse to oogle rages because I mean, you always had an excuse. Like, wait till you see what I can do with this new temporary model. Okay, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, so we go on here, and then we have and then here's another problem. And then I realized I lost my braids in the half body transition and never even noticed till I was setting up adjustment rigging today. So I think my next project I'll probably do with the hair down with the braids over my shoulders. So you can see, and I use the visual, when I had the half model, when I had the bust, we had the braids here. And then the braids are completely and utterly removed from the half body. And I didn't notice it myself. Right, that's on me because I'm not very knowledgeable about this shit. So like it didn't click to me until later. But like this is something an artist would normally have picked up on. So like she's like, oh, I turned them off and forgot to put them back on. So then we're talking. Hold on, go back a little bit. So we're talking about so she's gonna correct the bang. She sent over the revision, or not the bang. We're gonna correct the braid. She sent over the revision, including the braids, because the braids were already there. She had to like correct it and send it back. Which again, so many problems, and like I didn't. It's sus. It's so sus, you guys. So then I'm talking about like, okay, my next project, because you know. I'm constantly wanting new stuff for my stuff because this is something I want to be able to do for years, you know? So I'm like, okay, I want to eventually have new hair in the future, right? And so I'm like, what can we do to fix the bangs? What can we do for new hair? So we start talking about, you know, what it would cost for like a new hairstyle. And I'm thinking like, okay, well, if I initially had my hair up, I would want to eventually have a I toggle to have my hair down, which, as you can see, my model currently has her hair down. I couldn't really find a good ponytail aspect. There was a lot of like side ponytails and stuff. That's not the point. But I wanted to be able to have different hairstyles. I'm gonna eventually be able to have different like I'm gonna have like a controller in one outfit that'll be my gaming outfit. I'll have like a nighttime set. Like there's so many other things that I can do with the customizable that I'm very happy about. So like the silver lining of all of this and not being able to use my old model anymore is like I do have a solution going forward. Not everybody does, and I understand that, and that's not fair to everybody else, you know. But I still wanted to put that information out there because it's like this is a problem. So we were talking about like how much it would be for new hair and, you know, corrections to the bangs. And so then we're talking about the adjusted braids here, fixing that. Okay. So here we're basically just talking about, okay, well, it's going to be this much, for a new hairstyle. It's gonna be this much, just correct the bangs. And there's a little bit of a disconnect and a confusion about like, okay, well, is it gonna be $30 for just the bang fix? Like essentially what I'm trying to explain is like I want to correct the bangs before I pay this large chunk for a new hairstyle, because the only thing I want to do right now is just correct the bangs because the bang keeps covering my eye. So we talk about this, there's a little bit of disconnect there. And then I have the money to do the bang correction, so we work on that, and you can still see the same mannerisms of how like we're talking and stuff, and the hi and so like it's more of the same, you know. So then we get some updates about like what the options are for the bangs. We get the video of like what it looks like, and so I paid for a new item for something that was like had been asked and corrected to be corrected multiple times, to the point where I finally was like, all right, I'm just gonna fucking pay for a new bang, because everything that I keep asking is going in one ear, not the other. And again, I made an assumption on, well, this is just something that I don't know enough about the art stuff. I don't know enough about rigging to know like this might be a problem. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. It's how can we get you to pay more money? Just claim we can't do it, you know? Hey Raven, welcome in. So for those of you late to the stream, I will be posting this on my YouTube once we're finished, but essentially this is just the whole Miko situation. And this is the accusations that got my attention, essentially. The proof of the accusations that got my attention and made me question it and look into it myself. And then the similarities that I have noticed, and the effect with like the community and stuff. So this is my take on everything, and I've made a very good point of like I'm only keeping this centered to myself and my interactions and what I've seen, because it's not my place to be like, oh, so and so also went through this, and oh, so and so also. That's not the point. That's not what this is about. So yeah, you missed the beginning, but there'll be a video. So yeah, so wait, hold on. I got distracted for a second there. Okay, so one of the last couple things, I have like two more questions I have for her towards the end. This is like approaching December, okay? The end of December, actually. And so I ask a quick question, wondering how much it would be to finish the full art on the model. I might treat myself once Christmas money clears. Oh, meow. She said, Merry Christmas, dear. So the leg portion of this, you know, so again, I went from bust to a little more than half body, and I wanted to get the rest of it, eventually just the art. I didn't want the rigging of the legs, just the art. I wanted the full body art. So she goes, oh, with the same details on the dress drape. I said, nah, I think the gold accessories and jewels look great on the hips, and would probably just be a simple red flowing dress the rest of the way down. Gold heels likely, I assume. She says, okay, I think for the full finish art and rig, normally we would go with $320, but since the last time you already paid for 2 inches on that, I think we can go with $260. I say, well, it wouldn't be included a rig, just the art itself. Is that just the art itself? She says, that's already included in the rig, dear. I said, oh, I see. Good thing to keep in mind. I'll have some thinking on it. So that's as good a deal as I can offer, but no rush. I know you need time to think about it. I said, Okay, I'm dumb. I just forgot there was one other thing I forgot to ask you. Do you do backgrounds for Twitch streaming? Like, I had this idea in mind to do a birdcage theme background for just my just chatting screen, and didn't see anywhere on your VGen for ideas or costs. So before I go into the background thing, I didn't need the rigging on the legs, and basically just be like, that's included. Like, okay, but I don't want the rigging included. I only want the art. And then to be like, okay, well, it's included. That's not what I'm asking for. So then we go on to discuss the details about the background, which is just supposed to be just a simple just chatting background. So I give her some examples of like what I'm looking for, and I give her another PDF of hold on, let me go back here. I give her another PDF of what I'm looking for, and I don't think, I might have it somewhere. Hang on. I think I have my bird cage somewhere. Hold on a second. Because I did another breakdown. What's Avatar? I'm looking to see if I can find it. Because I have a PDF of the birds. It's the only thing I didn't already have. Can I find it under my downloads, maybe? Yes! God, I'm so glad that I keep copies of everything for fucking ever. Okay, I found my bird cage. So, I sent her a concept art of like, or concept plan of like the background. So the background I had, this is the most recent thing I have. This is the last thing I have from her. We have like the bird crone bird crone bird cage bedroom concepts. Say that 10 times fast. So bird crone bedroom. The shape is the concept of the just chatting background is a simple singular circle shaped bedroom that takes place inside of what looks like a giant bird cage. Essentially, the room itself is the shape of a bird cage. And then I have a couple examples of like what that looks like. Cage colors. The bars of the cage would be golden in color with the space between just large open windows in between. The furniture inside, basic bedroom stuff like a bed, dresser, vanity set, being different shades of red, burnt orange, and any, quote, wood parts, the bed frame furniture, made of a lighter colored wood. The same colors of the model, essentially. The examples below are just some visuals of circular rooms with open windows, round-shaped beds, and the roof looking peak if you need it for inspiration. So I use more examples. So I have the top portion that adds to the circular feel, the two circular beds with canopy cover to fit the birdcage covered at night feel. So we have plenty of visual examples, okay? As you can see, right. And then we have the windows basically being like the circular windows, right? And lastly, two rounded room windows for the design concept. I like the separation of the bed on one side and a sitting area on the other side. So anything that is similar to that would be good. So I'm going to close that. So glad I had that. I didn't realize I had that saved somewhere. That is what I sent her for the concept of the bird cage stuff, right? The bird bedroom. This is what I got. I got this. So I want to send a rough sketch for your background. Here it is. What do you think? So there's some concepts of it, but there's also like almost exactly like the top is exactly what here. But like there's no cage. You know what I mean? Like this is not what I had asked for with the cage stuff. Like there's a couple open windows and stuff, which okay, possible artist discrepancy or what's the word, when the artist makes the call of what they think looks best. Like I get that, I do understand that, but it's also not what was included in the concept. So it looks good. I love the little chair swing, and again I think of that as a chair swing, not a bed. She said, that's the part I love too. She goes, hee hee, that's the part that I'd love too. Is there anything you want me to fix or add from this update? I said, let me think. Sorry, at work. Only thing I can think of is maybe add some side curtains around the big bed. Kind of different style, but like this. And then I scribbled that in because I'm a fantastic artist, you guys. So the whole idea of drawing curtains around the bed because birds get blankets over their cages to trick them into sleeping. I did have one question to confirm. I think if it's not mistaken for the window showing outside the window behind the vanity, right? So there's a similar looking outside foliage or whatnot for the background. There's just minor questions I have about like, is there more windows? She said, I see. Thank you for explaining. Sorry for the delayed response. I just got home from my grandmother's funeral. And for this would be a similar outside window. To which I said, I'm sorry to hear about your loss. I lost both of my parents rather suddenly, so grief is hard. And then she goes, so what was that? So a day later, here's the revised sketch so far. I have added the curtains on the bed. What do you think now? This again, but I want you all to look at the fucking detail of a sketch a day later. Okay? Not even a full day later. Like the turnaround is just fucking insane. And like again, red flags galore that I didn't know. And now that I see the evidence before my eyes and I witness my own evidence, I'm like, oh fuck! You know? So, here's that. Let me put that back down. I keep resizing it every now and then. Alright, so then we have looks amazing. I love it. Looks perfect. I'm happy to know you love this update. And so then, so she says, I'm happy to know you love this update. Is there smiley face? If there's no more to fix from the sketch, I'll update and continue. I said, looks great. Go for it. And then she goes, here's the base color update so far. What do you think? And immediately I noticed, like, there's some things not being listened to. I said, looks great. My only question is, can we make the browns a more brownish red like this? And I use the example and I take like a little color swatch of what I'm talking about because it doesn't look like I asked for reds and burnt oranges and the golds that match the not just dark brown. And I understand that like sometimes color variations are different to monitors and stuff, but like there's a difference between brown and there's a difference to red in me. I firmly believe that. So I used this, as you can see. Let's see if I can make it bigger. I guess I don't really need to make it bigger. But you can see like you can see the difference of like the color swatch of what I'm talking about. Whoops. Whatever. There's a color swatch of like what I'm talking about versus like what they gave me. So we're gonna minimize this again. Back to the original size. We're almost done. So I use that. And then, so it goes, okay, that's possible to fix, or at least since it's still a base color. I'll use the brownish red color as the shading for rendering later, so it'll look more matched with your preferences. Sound good? All right. Right. Besides, I was pretty sure I mentioned the color scheme red, burnt orange, and light brown, and double checking the PDF I sent you for concepts to last month. It's on there as well. So I'm like, I'm starting to get a little bit annoyed. Again, this is before all this shit just exploded, mind you. And I'm starting to be like, I'm giving you concepts I don't understand, like why you're not following the concepts, or why you're not asking me questions about the concepts. Like, I'm giving you the plate. All you have to do is eat it. And she's, hi, hope you're doing well today. I have another update here. Has the rendering results so far? What do you think? And like, you still see the same cutesy kind of like interaction. So then we have, looks pretty. I love it. At the end? At the end. Okay. So that's the end of my video. So that's everything. Okay. Ad's gonna start in about 2 minutes. So we're gonna take a short little break for the ad and stuff. But like, so with that all, excuse me while I readjust. With that all explained, it's something that like any doubts I had were gone after I went through and saw my I went through my own DMs. I went through her stuff, you know, and I don't know if I have. Yeah, I do have. Hold on. Oh, I did. Okay, I already did. So like there's the history. I don't know where I put it. Let me see if I can find it again. I don't know if I already went over this in the video, but I'll pull this up again. I don't know if I put this in the video before, so we're just gonna go over this. So we have, again, I apologize if there is stuff that I didn't have in the original video I saved. I thought I had it, and if I didn't, if I did, and I'm going over this again, I apologize. But you'll see a habit of like the same stuff, the same way that is taught, right? The same, whoops, the same high banner stuff, the same everything. Literally the same, like one for one. So I'm like, the evidence is cooked, guys. The evidence is cooked. You know, like this is damaging. This is very damaging. And like you can make assumptions and you can essentially be like, okay, well this is similar, or this is not exactly the same. But when something follows a pattern the same way as everything else that's been called out, you kind of got to use critical thinking. And that's kind of the purpose of this particular video. Is having that critical thinking. I'm hoping these pictures are posting properly, because if not, I'm gonna have to fix this. I'll have to look at this in a second. I'm pulling this up in the meantime, so I'm hoping that the share that I'm doing is still working, and if not, then I'm gonna have to fix it. But yeah, so like it's just it's the same stuff. It's literally the same stuff. I think that's it. Okay. Yeah, okay, it is carrying over. I wanted to make sure. So thank you for the hydrate, thank you for the posture check. I almost commissioned a background. Creative liberty. Yeah. Okay, so like here's the thing. The problem I have with this is like I just commissioned the background. I'm okay with changing up the model because like I don't want to use it and stuff, but like the problem with the background is I just got it, right? And I'm like, I still want to support the artists that are being abused and whatnot. And like I will probably use that background at least for the next month. At least until I find something else. And the thing is, like, I'm not, for those of you who do watch my stream stuff, I'm not somebody who stays in the just chatting screen a lot. But I have to, I'm not also 100% positive if I want to use it. I have to kind of make that decision for myself. But like, a background to me, it's just as bad as the model, but the model is worse. Because the model is your personality. The model is what people see, the talking, the animations, and everything like that. The background is just a background that can be anything. But I have to decide if I want to just kind of use it for now, or if I just want to just not at all. But I can't do anything about the fact that like I've already paid for it. I've already released the funds. Like, as much as I would have loved to not, I started the process of commissioning that background before I found out about this, and I paid for it before I found about this. And I know that it's basically a drop in the hat of like, well, that's just more stuff that I paid for that I'm not going to eventually be able to use to the full advantage. And that's sad. That's very sad for me. I love the concept of my bird crone. I love the things that are unique about it. You know, I'm an old lady bird. Okay. And I like that. And I got so excited about the idea of having a background that was basically a bird cage. You know, like I am in a bird cage. And that's something that I'll probably still do. I'll probably still have a different artist do their take on it once I kind of get over that. But yeah, so we're gonna close some stuff down here. But yeah, so I just, the evidence speaks volumes for me personally. And the problem now becomes like, what do we do? Right? Like, I've mentioned it a couple of times when I've mentioned the community, but I haven't really gone into full detail about it because not everybody is aware of the community. And we're gonna close this up because goodbye display capture. Goodbye that character. We're gonna go back to just chatting for now and use the old one. I don't know, maybe I'll just keep using the old one. But the thing is like when I joined the sibling community, I wanted to find like-minded people to play games with. Like, I've always been somebody who, I game first, I stream second, basically. Like, I will play games that I like and stream it because I have fun playing those games, and I like, you know, sharing that with people in the community in general. But I also like playing games with people in general. I will do stuff on stream and off stream, and people who have played games with me in general and seen how I am like in voice and in Discord, I am pretty much the same fucking bitch that I am on stream as I am off stream. And there are people that can attest to that. But like, I honesty and transparency is important to me. And I'm going to be honest, I had to deal with this for quite a bit for the last day or two. And I talked to some people that I am comfortable with, that are like my trusted confidants. I've spoken specifically only to like my main moderator. I've spoken to the my main sibling, who is one of the other admins of the server and is the person I trust explicitly in that community. I have people that I like, and I have people that, you know, I have a bond of friendship with, but there are certain confidants that like they're very limited. I try to keep my circle pretty tight because that's just how I am in my older age, and that's fine. Like, I can make friends with a lot of people, but there's certain people that like have earned my trust, and this has been something that has been a nuke, and I'm quite sure that my video right now is not helping. But to just not say anything and to just kind of bite your tongue and pretend that it's not happening is not something I would ever be able to do. And not everybody has the funds and the means to be able to have a temporary option of, okay, well, this is a shit show, how do we, you know, fix whatever. But the fact of the matter is, you know, you can't just let it go, for me anyway. And I am heartbroken because what I thought I knew was wrong. And I get it. Like, you can't be held to a point where you're like, okay, well, you didn't know any better. Like, you're right, but now I do know better. And this was something that was only recently brought to my attention, and I didn't want to sit there and be like, okay, well, I wanted to pretend like yeah, no, that's not the word I'm looking for. I didn't want to have it come to a point where, like, if it ends up blowing up, if it doesn't end up blowing up, it won't matter. But I wanted to make sure that I had my stance clear, and kind of had that conversation with the people that needed to have that conversation. We're still not really sure what we're doing with the rest of the community because there are so many people that are involved in this and so many people that are affected by this. But the thing I know without a doubt is that I don't trust the artist. I don't trust the quote unquote artist. I don't trust Miko with everything that I have seen and everything that I have experienced and everything that I have seen that has been the evidence of the same behaviors. I firmly do believe that their accusations about MikoZen Studios being one of those brokers, one of those black company fronts, I believe. And it's sad because I was very attached to my model. I was very attached to the community that came about because of that. Because by being indoctrinated into, that's kind of a weird word to put it, but being included and brought into that community has been great. And I do not regret that at all. I have wanted to build the community. I did the smash and pass idea to kind of have that like camaraderie, and it was just the joke of like, hey, all of our siblings are hot and attractable, like doesn't matter that we're all siblings by ink. Like that was the joke. And that's the same kind of camaraderie that like I don't know what's going to end up happening, but I do know that the integrity is important to me, and I do know that like either the community is going to have to rebrand and restructure itself, or I'm just going to have to excuse myself from it, because I will not be suggesting Miko going forward. I will not be recommending them going forward. I will not be commissioning them going forward. This last commission is 100% the last one I'm ever going to do with them. And if I could have just canceled it and then just been like, okay, well, you know, fuck you, I would have. But there wasn't enough evidence for me at that time to make that decision. I wanted to give myself time to really properly digest it and be able to look at it. And now that I know, that's the only thing I can do for myself going forward. So I will be rebranding myself kind of in April, and I will be using this until I get a new artist and everything. But it's gonna take an uphill struggle for sure. And I'm not the only one that's affected. Sure, I'm also not the only one that actually had I was lucky enough to have the means to come up with something temporary, and I've learned a lot. Like I've learned how to fuck around with customizable models. That's awesome. It was fucking stressful, but I learned some valuable information, and just like the situation with Miko, I've learned some valuable information going forward. So, I mean, I think that about ends my spiel on it. I will open up, if people have questions, I'll do my best to answer the questions. I mean, I can only answer from my own experience. But I know some people miss the beginning, and I know that some people are like, what the fuck is going on? Because like this was something sudden, especially my stream. But like I did make a point to like message the person that I confided in and was talking about, like, hey, I'm going to be doing this thing, just so you know. But again, I made a point to like, I'm not pointing out anybody's names, and if people also want to step forward, that's their choice. If people don't want to step forward, that's also their choice, and I respect that. That's fine. But yeah, other than that, you guys, check your references. Something seems too good to be true, fucking double check on it. All right, let's see. Same here. You'll still be my sister no matter if we share the same artist or not. Yeah, and that's okay. That's something I absolutely 100% like. It's not about the artist, you know. It's about the indignities that like the artists in that country are suffering, sure, but like I've interacted with my siblings and the siblings that I've become friends with and stuff. Like they're more than just their character to me. They're more than just their model to me. And if they decide to keep what they have, if they decide to change it, I completely support them. Whatever they want to do, I 100% support them. But I do feel like if you have questions, if you have doubts, it would be in your best interest to look at the Discord, and not the sibling Discord, but I mean like the Discord. Excuse me a second. Oh, my throat is deciding to rebel at me. All this talking, man. I do definitely recommend doing your research yourself too. Like, it's a rabbit hole. It took a lot, and it was a mentally taxing thing for me. I'm surprised my husband still doesn't want to divorce me after the stress I put him through over the last 2 days. But I definitely recommend, you know, the information is out there. I gave you the links to, well, I gave you the Twitter that you would be looking for. I gave you the name of the video. There's plenty of information out there. If you have more questions yourself, please feel free to do that. I am not speaking up in the sense of like I am here to hold people's hands. No, I'm here to go over the accusations that were brought to my attention, the concerning behaviors that I wanted to investigate further, and then what I experienced and what I saw that gave credence to. Yeah, I think that's accurate. So, all right. So I'm taking a minute to pause and read chat, so I apologize because there's a lot going on now. So sorry. Let's see. Let's go up a little bit. Okay. There's a lot. Sorry. I apologize, you guys. I have a hype train. Thank you for the hype train. We did it. Thanks for the support. All right. So let's see where we. Okay, so now, sorry if I talked about this. Sorry, I missed the start of the stream. How did you find out about this? I had no idea a scam like this is running, especially on VGen. And yeah, so I addressed this before. I'll address this now that we have a little bit more people paying attention to that. There is somebody on Twitter who had kind of started this, and then there was somebody who did a video on YouTube about this, and I will also be posting my video to YouTube once I'm finished with this. But this was brought to my attention by Zed, who quite literally came into my room and said, "Have you seen the drama on Twitter?" And I had turned to him and be like, "You mean the Marvel Rivals drama? That's the only drama I knew about." No, the drama involving Miko. So I was like, okay, what? No, let me look. And it's been a spiral downhill ever since. So everything, like, it's mostly just Zed being more aware of shit. And apparently, what happened was that some people actually reached out to him because he had, in his bio and in his profile, he had the fact that, like, Miko was his model mom. So people were reaching out to him. So there was some inkling of it. There was some spark of it there. So I hope that answers that question. VGen tends to be the safest, but it ain't immune to sold invitation keys and people abusing the system, sadly. Yeah, so that's essentially what this has been about. It's been multiple brokers, basically, quote unquote, studios, but they're claiming to be one person doing all the art, and then actually that's not the case. They're doing multiple commissions all at once for like insanely low prices, and the inconsistencies, like everything that you've seen in the prior stream, you know what I mean? As a rule of thumb, if it is too quick, no work in progress videos based on low wage paying companies, also calling themselves a studio, and extremely cheap compared to what the actual artists are charging, then it's most likely a sweatshop. And that's absolutely correct. Because like my biggest problem was this was my first experience, so I didn't know what other artists were actually charging. I didn't know what the value of the work should have been. And that's just because I was a baby VTuber and I didn't know any better. Well, I know now. So then we have more comments there. I'm just trying to pick out like the stuff and to go over that again now that I'm done with the actual breakdown there. Let's see. I almost commissioned a background. I'm glad I was too broke to do commissions. Yes. Can always go for a PNG model for the time being, redesigning the model while distancing yourself from it. So I wanna bring a mention of that too, because Moon remind me of this too. So I had mentioned this a little bit earlier in the stream. Kala, who is Llama's girlfriend, has generously offered, if there's anybody who wishes to make some changes and to distance themselves from that art, and she has offered to do chibi PNGs. I don't know if it was chibi PNGs. She offered to do PNGs for people for something to use temporarily for free. So if that's something that you're interested, I 100% recommend reaching out to Llama, so that way he can get you in contact with Kala. And please, it's a very generous offer, but please also don't overwhelm the poor girl. Because, like, again, you saw the list of how many members in the community itself. There were 63 members in that community, 40 of which were siblings. That's just that I know of. That doesn't count the people who the people who are not in the community that are not included in there, because you know, one of the things that we'd always talked about was like, oh well, Miko had like 140 plus kids. That's alarming, and again, a red flag that I didn't realize at the time. But yeah, so please don't overwhelm Kala if you do decide to take her up of her very generous offer, and it expects it will take some time too. I mean, the thing is like, I had done, when we had done the Smasher Pass, I wanted to do like a nice little gesture to the people who put in the time and effort to submit their models at the time, and I had done a bunch of chibi bites I had commissioned from a different artist, not Miko. Your bites are safe. If you decide to keep the character, your bites are safe. Your bites were not done by Miko. If you decide to change up your character, because regardless of that, like, that's completely understandable, but the bites themselves were done by a different artist. But I commissioned like 18 bites because we had 18 people that had submitted, up to like 40 siblings, again, remind you. So like, there's a lot, and again, it's a lot for our community, but keep in mind that this is not a lot in the large scheme of things. Like, there are so many people that are affected by this, whether they know it or not. I think that this could eventually become a bigger problem if it doesn't get some eyes on it. I mean, again, they fucking got Iron Mouse because they got her with an eye banner, which she quietly removed without saying anything, but they even got Iron Mouse. You know what I mean? So, let me see what else we have here. Redesigning the model, want to see yourself from it. Side eyes, totally same here. You'll still live my sister no matter if we share the same art or not. Hello, love. I'll stay with the character design since it was made by another artist, but I will probably go chibi for a while. I feel like that's a good choice, right? So like, here's the thing, if your design was by somebody else but the rigging was done by Miko, I feel like that's how do I want to word this? The design itself is not by Miko. I feel like that's a little bit safer than like the rigging, because it's still explorative, sure, but like, your character was not done by that studio. You rigged, sure, but like, having that character, I mean, like, I kind of envy you, Moon, in that way, because like, I loved my bird crone. I loved it, but I don't love it enough to justify using it based on what I know now. So I think like, if people were lucky enough to have another artist do their art and then Miko just did the rigging, you might be lucky enough to keep your model without feeling bad about it. But I guess that it also depends on people, you know. Also, my girlfriend Kala is a lovely artist and wants PNG practice if anyone wants one. Well, thanks for filling us in, and sorry that happened to you. Unfortunately, people are shitty, and so really sad when especially talented artists get taken advantage of by people greedy for an easy buck. I too have been scammed. It sucks. I'm on the hunt for a new mom once I get funds again to buy a whole new one. Thank you for the hydrate, first time chatter. Hi. Oh, we have Vito. Hi. So big shout out. Let me do that. I don't think that got done. So big shout out to the goat. Hold on. I did this right? I hope I did that right. I don't think I did that right. Hold on. Try this again. We will get this. We will get this. We'll get this. There we go. Okay. So I wanted to make sure to shout out. Yeah, so I had mentioned if you had been here for the beginning of the stream when we started, Zeno, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that properly, so I apologize. They were the one whose Twitter that Zed kind of stumbled upon for that, and they're the one who compiled all of this fantastic information. So like, I personally, like, thank you for putting yourself out there. I know that, like, from what I understand, there's been a lot of effort from people, companies, removing it, because it's easier to remove it and be like, that didn't happen, than take accountability. And the fact that like you're also getting harassed and getting death threats and stuff is like it sucks, but it's like it goes to show you that you're doing the right thing. But there are people that, you know, don't have that affiliation. Like, I can say whatever the fuck I want because I'm an adult and I don't own anything. I don't owe anybody anything, and I didn't sign anything to say any of this. I can make my feelings about something like this known, and honestly, you know, if there's backlash, I don't care. The fact of the matter is like, based on what I know and what I found out, like, I'm not okay with perpetuating that. And the fact that like it means I have to rebrand and rebirth and all this other stuff, like, it's frustrating. But like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. But I'm not going to keep using a model, no matter how much I loved that model. I'm not going to use a model that is just a constant reminder of the shit that those artists went through. Now, it's upsetting because that there's also a good chance that like eventually that model will be resold anyway. So like, who the fuck cares? But like, not on my side of it. You know what I mean? And distancing myself and then doing something different is better in the long run, because the whole bird chrome thing is, to me, it's not about the model, it's me, and I'm still gonna be me no matter how my character looks. But yeah, let's see, what else did I what else did I miss here? Yeah, it isn't the artist's fault. We just don't know the artist, since as far as we know, we've been talking to the broker. Oh, nice. I was the one to reach your goal. He's a good fellow that said, wait, there's a bid. Zed is faster than the Gossip Girls with the T. Yeah, so the vid, like I said, the video is, if I'm remembering this correctly, the person that did it, they're friendly neighborhood artist. If you go back to when this video is posted, you'll be able to see the what they look like in their name. You'll be able to find the name of the video. So you'll be able to watch it yourself. It's about an hour long. I didn't want to add on and like basically have us watch their stream, because, or I'm sorry, their video, because then that would have been a little bit extra. So like, I just focused on like, these are clips that I noticed from it, and like included it with the other documentation stuff. But there's a whole lot of stuff that the other person goes into. I definitely recommend their video too if you're looking for more information. Somebody is in your chat range. Thanks for the gifted. That drama is insane too, to be honest. For me, it's not the drama, it's the situation that is bad. I'm glad I did not commission done. I've been looking for a PNG model. The thing is, the model she is using, the one she commissioned. Is this model she is using? Oh, you're talking about me. Yeah, no. This is a custom. It took me a second. This is the customizable model that I got. This is my temporary measure that I made myself. So like, Prism customizable model has been fantastic. If you have $135 and you want to do something different, and you're willing to learn how to do it, I do recommend that. Like, it took me a lot of trial and error, but like, I can customize the outfit, I can customize the hair, I can customize the horns, I can do all these things with it, and this is great, and I like that. It'll be something temporary for now. I do recommend that if you have the means. I still plan on, okay, otherwise I was going to offer her a 3D customization. I still plan on using my model until I can afford a replacement, but it will remain uncredited and linked to the information of the scam. I think that's a good idea. I think that's good. The DMs are open if y'all want to talk about it, by the way. Hype chest. Ooh, we got a hype chest. What is this? Cool. Absolutely. I love my bites. Your whispers are off on Discord. I've been on Discord. I have to get stuff. The whispers while I'm on Discord. Okay, I'm scrolling over your guys' chat to see if there's anything else I'm missing. First time cheddar, hydrate wasn't me. Find your handle. I've been here before. Shout out. That's the shout out. Put all of those well. Say there. Customizable 3D chibi. I give customizable 3D chibi. If there's any other victim, you can contact me. I don't anymore listening on my phone. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is like, I know for me particularly, and I know one other sibling, which again, I'm not like oversharing people's information without their consent, you know. I know one other sibling and I are already talking about there's a model that we are probably going to commission in the future, but I got this for the time being because it was all I could afford at the time. Um, but like it's something that like it's a very generous offer, absolutely. And if there's anybody that like, I don't know, maybe we could do I don't want to follow the example of like, let's do a raffle with the siblings and get somebody the 3D customizable. I don't think I don't want to be that. But like I do know that there are some people that are kind of stuck, and so the fact that like we have people like Kala who are basically like, oh, well, I'm willing to, you know, get some people some PNGs and stuff. It's just, I'm really glad that there are people that are like, this is horrible and what can we do to help, like that. I like that about my community as a whole, and it's not just like my community, it's my friendship community, if that makes sense. It's my sibling community. They're either people who I've collabed with, different games with, I've gamed with on stream, off stream, and there's a lot of people that are more than just collab partners to me. They're my friends. They're people that I talk to regularly. They're people that I look forward to gaming with, whether that be Marvel Rivals, whether that be, you know, 7 Days to Die, whether that be, you know, Hytale eventually when I get people to play with me. But there are people that are involved that are more than just the model situation, and it's just, I also don't know. I'm still giving it some time, because my vote is 100% we need to remove Miko from the sibling community and decide what we do as a community after that. But I'm only one voice amongst the moderators, because I am one of the moderators. I'm supposed to be. Jesus, my goodness. I am the community events moderator, basically. Like, you've seen a couple of times, for those of you who are like in the Discord or whatever, you've seen that like I've been trying to get like collabs like at least once a month. We're supposed to be, I don't know if it's going to happen in February now, but once a month on the first Saturday of every month, I was working on having a community collab of like a game for all of us to play. In the first case, it was going to be Among Us. I have to honestly do some thinking and decide if I still want to do that. I also don't want to punish people because of what's happening. That's not their fault. So I have to decide, like, are we still going to go through with that? Like, I would love to, and I certainly want to make sure that people have the chance to do what they do, because like, this is not something that's just going to go away in a day. Sure. But like, my whole purpose and my whole goal with like the Smash or Pass that we did back in the beginning of November, and I make a point to pop into my siblings chats whenever I can to like watch their streams and be encouraging and stuff, because I want to be somebody that like kind of supports everybody equally, you know what I mean? And I mean, like, yeah, there are going to be some people that like I watch a lot of because I really like the personality, I really like the games they play. There might be some people that I don't watch as much because I just don't, I'm not a fan of the games that they play, and it's nothing against them. Like, if they're doing something that I'm not interested in, it's nothing against them. It's just I'm not interested in that particular game or that particular stream, or I might be working or whatever the case might be. But I still try to be professional and polite, friendly, and like I butted heads with people from time to time. Anybody that knows me knows that I'm a stubborn bitch, but I still want to do my best to treat everybody the same with dignity and respect, and that's always been important to me. So anytime that I put myself out there of, hey guys, I have this community event, hey, I have this thing so we can all do together, it's not something that's like people have to do, sure, but I want to actually have an opportunity for people who do want to grow and to have those kind of connections stuff, because that's how I got it. Like, I was very, I wanted to, what's the word I'm looking for? When I got pulled into the community, I wanted to carry on that push it forward idea, you know, where it's like there were people that wanted to, you know, play Peak together and play I can't think of the other games we play. Oh, are we there yet together? Like the games that are basically like the easy ass, you know, throw people together and have a good time kind of games. They're very, very simple, very easy and stuff. But those are like really enjoyable. Like some of the most fun I've had has been playing with my siblings and doing content like that. Like the peak games that we've done a lot have been absolutely unhinged and hilarious, and I would not trade that for the world, regardless of the fact that like we are basically victims of this scam. You know, and the thing is like I don't want that to define us, and I hope that it won't define us. But it's also rather early in the situation, and I wholeheartedly take responsibility to the fact of like I let some people know, hey, this is what I'm doing, and I didn't let everybody know because I didn't want there to be like a I didn't, how do I want to put this? I didn't want to let Miko know before I did it, basically. It's the best way I can put it, you know. But I also wanted to be as objective as possible and focus on, you know, what was given to me for information and then my own experience, because I cannot make assumptions based on what other people's experiences are, because I don't know. I don't know how she's interacted with other people, but like if my interactions are anything to go by, like it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good, you know. But apparently my chat paused for a second there, so let me I posted your stream on Twitter and the Discord and my server too. You know, brought me here. Hi. All these people in here. It's a good time to do this. Discord. Miss any past streams? All right, let's see. Not confirming whether mine's a scam or not. There are red flags, but not as much as a smoking gun yet. They must be hoping to get a new character. Says, "Aw, Moon, thank you for the bits. I know I was late to it. I'm trying to catch up on chat because you guys are. I haven't had you guys explode this quickly. Like, I'm trying to be serious here. Thank you. I came from Zen. The whole situation is messy. Shit had me scared, to be honest. And here's the thing. I'm gonna pause for a second. Apologies. I want to address that. So for Shadow, I don't hold anything against anybody that's like not comfortable coming forward or anything about like maybe, you know, they don't want to be harassed. And I get that because not everybody wants to deal with that. But I'm somebody that's like, I am loud, I'm outspoken. I make a whole point of like, I am too fucking old for bullshit and trauma. I am an elder millennial. I have seen shit. I have been through shit. For those of you who do not know, I am the victim of domestic violence. The whole Phoenix persona has always been important to me because of the rising from the ashes that I've had, and having this thing happen to people, like I'm gonna be pissed off for them, you know. And the thing is like I didn't know any better, sure. And I'm sure other people didn't know either. And sometimes like you're gonna make an assumption of, okay, well, this is all I can afford, so this must be okay. And you don't know the full details about everything until later, and then you find out later and you're fucking horrified. And you're like, the fuck? You know what I mean? Partially complete. I'm happy with the art. I'm likely just going to be continuing the project with others until something changes and we'll just not have credit. I think that's good too. I think not giving credit is good too. And here's the thing. I am not somebody who normally advocates for like, well, you know, I'm very like, if you have an artist, you should give them credit. But the thing is like, why give credit to an artist that's not the actual artist? And I think Zeno had said something in their Discord about like there's a hashtag of like trying to find your actual artist, and I think that's a good idea too. Again, plugging the Discord, go to their Discord, check that out. If you have questions, definitely check that out. But like I think in this case, like if you at the end of the day you have a concept, you like the concept, how it came about, like you have to make that decision for yourself. And if you're okay with just using the model but not crediting it, that should be completely fine, especially if it's like, okay, but that's still something you put time and effort and money into. And if it's something that you decide to use going forward until you find another solution. Like, not everybody's going to be able to suddenly drop $1,000 for a new model. I get that there has to be some kind of something else that you can do. Like, again, definitely recommend, if you're able to, get yourself a customizable 100%. Get yourself a PNG, get yourself a picture of a bird for all you can. Like, if you're uncomfortable, you're uncomfortable, and that's fine. You know what I mean? But like, I think it has to be something that is on the individual level, because at the end of the day, it has to be up to the person who's being represented by that model. Also, why is this? Hold on, let me remove this. That's not supposed to be there. Let's see, just how deep this whole mess goes. I love Among Us. I'm upset because Scab completely ignored me and my post, even with all the likes, etc. I want to know who really made my PNG. They can't say they're under contract. If they say it's their art, they can get in trouble legally. That's absolutely correct. Like, the NDAs that they signed is basically saying you can't take credit for this, which is, until like they leave the company, maybe. I don't know, but like, it's just upsetting. What age is the millennial group? Millennial group is essentially people born, I think, 1982 to like 2000. Let me look it up. So for those of you who do not know, I am 42 years old. I am old enough to be your mom, probably. And that's fine. But let me actually find exactly what that is, because I don't ever know, and I'm dumb, so let me see. Give me a second. Okay. Millennial age range. Okay, so as of 2025, so as of last year, millennials, which are also known as Gen Y, which you will never see, are generally defined as individuals born between 1981 and 1996, making them between 29 to 44 years old. They represent a large portion of the workforce, characterized by their adaptation to technological shifts, the 2008 financial crisis, and a focus on work-life balance. So, yeah, so they're pretty much, millennials are the generation just above Generation Z, and I guess like the oldest Generation Z is like turning 30, I think, if I read that correctly. But essentially, for those of you who might not know, a millennial is somebody who's in their late, I'd say early 30s, late 40s, like basically in that range. I think it's about 15 years in that bracket. Like they said, between 29 and 44, essentially. So basically 30 and 45-ish. But like, I myself was born in 82, and that's all the information you're going to get there. But like, I graduated high school in 2001. I watched the Twin Towers live as it happened. I had just graduated like 3 months prior. So I was like 18 at the time. I was old enough to know what the fuck was happening, and it was fucking traumatic. And then I don't remember how old I was in 2008, but like 2008 was also when I was in my domestic violence arc, and we'll leave it at that. But like, I've been through some shit, which is why the Phoenix is so important to me. But millennials in general are usually the people that are like the moms of today, the moms and the dads, I should say, the people that are in their 30s and early 40s. They're the middle age people, basically. But yeah, so I hope that answers that question. I'm just scared of other artists doing the same thing. Like the heavy your character makes me worried of many artists, or artists rather. Yeah, like I had wanted to get a lot of the your character here, because again, I didn't know any better. Now that I know, I'm like, no, I'm good. But like, those are red flags that, again, I didn't know were red flags until later. You know, it's been a thing since online commissions, hard to control, in my opinion. Because I find this out as soon as I start calming. It's better late than never. That's true. Here's the thing. There are people who have been streaming for years who are just as affected. And there are people like me who have only been streaming for about 6 months. I'm still a baby hag tuber. Okay, I still have not been doing this very long. But a lot of my real life experience of like I'm old enough to know better about some certain things. Some of it is I'm naive because I don't know how VTubing works and how commissioning works and that kind of stuff. That like a lot of things that I should have known better, I did not know because I had nothing to go by. So in the next year or so, as I, you know, kind of figure things out, I'll be able to be like, okay, this is way too lowball. This is probably a scam, you know? And that's something that like experience is kind of a good life teacher. You have to kind of go through things to kind of understand like how to not go through them again, if that makes sense. Um, but yeah, it's better late than because technically Gen Z, born in 98, not old enough for that to send me. You're only 5 years older than me. I wasn't born in the 90s, born yet. Anyway, thank you for speaking about this rage. I will now go to sleep. If you need anything, my DMs are open. I appreciate that. Yeah, you get some rest. You definitely earned it. I'm just not saying my exact age. Also, rage. There's a detailed timeline, some of my life and my birthday, so you basically know my age. I don't know who you are, Llama. I think you're a mouse king. Remember? Retreat, hydrate. I will hydrate. My mouth is getting dried out from all this talking. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I definitely need that. But yeah, so like I'm honestly glad a lot of people have kind of trickled in to kind of go over it. So please feel free once I'm done here. I'm still debating, and I'll probably use Llama's example on this. I'm debating if I want to spend the time to edit it down or just post it. And I wouldn't even, I would like to say that like I'm doing this to kind of look out for other people, but the thing is I don't know enough people to be able to look out for them. This is just more of a, how do I want to put this? This was just something that like it was brought to my attention. I realized that my artist was on the list, and I took a second look at everything, and I took a look at the evidence. I looked at what she had. I looked at our interactions, and it made me realize that like she's on the list for a reason, and the reason is not good. And unfortunately, for me personally, it feels like it's gonna be a bigger problem because again, there's an entire community of our art siblings that our whole community is built on the fact that we have that in common, that we are all her kids. And to find out that your art mom that you thought you had a relationship with, that you thought was like this good person who's just insanely talented for unknown reasons, why they can prop out 10, 15 commissions in a week, to find out that like they're not what you thought, and that you're kind of like having the wool taken from your as a sheep bird having the wool taken from your eyes, but having like the wool taken from your eyes is just something that's like, oh shit. And that's, I don't want to undersell at all what my other siblings might be going through. Those of them who know, those of them who don't know, those of them who this might be their first experience with it. Like, I want to make sure that I provided my information in as concise a way as possible without, I wanted to provide my evidence without making it a bigger deal, if that makes sense. I didn't want to make assumptions or make adjustments, not adjustments. I didn't want to make assumptions or make accusations without being able to be like, okay, so this is what is presented before me. This is what matches up with what is presented before me. And these are my interactions, and this is my feelings on it. Like, I wanted to strictly have it be that, so. I can't harass Raven Daddy. Raven Daddy went to work. But thank you for the routine. I meant me looking out for you on the hydrate. I appreciate that. I know the talk a lot needs to hydrate. Feel it hurts so bad. I thought she cared for me and what we were friends. She's doing work for me for over 2 years. Really though, are you curious about who really made your outfit? Because I am. I mean, I am. And the thing is like we have to kind of there's a couple of things. We have to, let me put this down here. We have to be realistic in the fact that like we might never find out. These artists signed NDAs. It might have been a handful of artists that worked together. It might be, you know, one artist that did one person and then another artist that did someone else. There's never really going to be a way for us to know unless that person is able to safely get themselves out of that situation and to be able to speak up on it. They might not do that. They might not be comfortable doing that, and we can't really expect them to do that because, you know, they've been abused enough. You know what I mean? And I don't want to draw parallels to like my experience with the domestic violence thing, but for me, sometimes it's not, the time's not right to talk about it until it's right for you. And like, even to this day, my situation happened when I was 21 to like 30, so like almost a prime decade of my life there. And here it is like 14 years later, something like that, and I've only recently started talking a little bit more about it. Not the same situation obviously, but these artists are being exploited. They're being verbally and mentally abused, among whatever else we don't know. And a lot of it has to do with the fact of like there's no solid 100% documented proof about like people going into these workplaces, taking pictures and being able to say, haha, this person did this. We don't have that, but what we have is common sense and the ability to think critically for ourselves, and that's what we should be doing. So if you have questions and if you're somebody that's like, I want to find out more about this, you have to be willing to like look into that yourself, because at the end of the day, you can only decide for yourself. You know what I mean? But we also have to realize that like when it comes to us, the people who have commissioned the models and commissioned the art and everything, we're not going to see refunds. We're not going to see anything come back from that. And we have to be realistic with that, because at the end of the day, we paid for a service. We were provided that service. And that's it. That's all things like VGen cares about, is terms of service and stuff like that. How those came to be produced and the moral ambiguity, the moral ickiness, I can't think of the fucking word, I'm sorry. The problems that are associated with it are things that like certain companies won't give two shits about, because why would they care? It doesn't involve them, you know. But we as people need to be willing to be like, okay, I'm not okay with that, and this is my stand. And my stand was gathering all this fucking information that I had and reiterating to the people that like had brought this to my attention in the first place, reiterating my pieces of evidence. And that's all it is my evidence, and then my personal feelings on it. And my feelings on it are, I am heartbroken that I have to distance myself from a character that is important to me for more than just a VTubing reason. And I say that because like there are people who know me IRL that have experienced my arc of growth through the domestic violence to where I am now, where they know how important that character was to me more than just a VTuber. And I now have to recreate it, and as a writer, it's something that I'm able to do, thankfully, but other people might not be able to do that. They might have spent years and years and thoughts and you know, plans about putting together their model as perfectly as they can, and now that model is tainted with something horrible. And it's completely understandable that like they might have problems with that. They might have, you know, doubts and conflicting feelings about that, because at the end of the day, like, you still paid for something, you still got something that you were happy with in one way, shape, or form, regardless of the situation, regardless of all the stuff that we know now. You know what I mean? Blind spotted. Uh, let's see. Praise. I mean, I'm the praise that I have is like for everybody that's here and is willing to like at least look into it. So you're all very good boys and girls. um, ambiguity. Yeah, that's essentially the word I was looking for. That my I've been talking for so long, my brain didn't want to do it. But yeah, so Vine spotted. Vine is a good girl. Vine is one of the good artists and stuff. And I let me see. Vine, are you in the chat? Are you paying attention? Are you okay with me expressing my fan love for you? I should probably clarify that because I feel like Vine probably came in late. Do you need me to clarify that? Do you need me to clarify what I mean by that? A good artist linked. I know good artists are rare. So essentially, when I first started like doing stuff with my model, I wanted to have fan art of my character, not this one, obviously, because this one's brand new. But like the bird crone that I had, and I was recommended Vine from one of my siblings that I'm very, very close to, and Vine has been fantastic. Vine is I definitely recommend her. She's good. She's good cookie. She's a good cookie. But I didn't want to jump right into it, but then like she showed up in my stream, but in one of the God, I can't think of the word. One of the clips I have there where I break down all of the times that I commissioned Miko, the other artist was Vine. Vine's a good Vine. Like I made a point of like I didn't want to just kind of throw herself out there, but like she's 100% somebody that like she's a good apple in the sea of apparently rotten apples, apparently. But yeah, like I wanted to I wanted to kind of I didn't want to jump right in and be like, oh, my artist. And I was like, oh, my artist just showed up in my stream. So apologies about that, Vine. Yeah, but Vine's good. Vine's good. Please get ready for submissions, LMFAO. You can, Llama, if you want to link Vine's thing, you can. I don't mind. I will say a good thing that came from this is I've met a lot of awesome people. That's good. Like, I think with any kind of situation, there's going to be people that like are good actors and bad actors and stuff, and you'll have people that are like, oh, they're just trying to get ahead of the explosion and make themselves look good. And then there are people who are like, no, look, this is the problem, and this is what I feel about this, and just leave it at that. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to like shout into the void of like stuff where like again, I am too small to make it matter, but that's okay. I'm at the end of the day, it's not about size. It's about the fact that like this is not okay. And I hope that maybe other people will see this and be like, you know what, I want to speak up too. Because to my knowledge, there's only been one video so far, and there's been a couple of tweets that haven't gotten the traction that it deserves because cough company keeps trying to hide those tweets and delete those tweets and harass people and get them to stop. But you know what, you're not gonna get me to stop because I'm too fucking old to give two shits about your shit. I am old. I don't care about shit on the internet exploding in that way. Like, and that's the thing. Like, I decided to put together my stuff and like not say anything specifically to Miko because I'm quite sure once the shit hits the fan, I'm sure they'll harass me. But you know what? That's the block buttons for. And the thing is like there are some people that like, I'm gonna be honest, I might have a whole bunch of people be like, oh, this is horrible, you're just starting drama, you should kill yourself, blah blah blah, those kind of things. Bitch, I've been through so much, I don't care. Like, I'm very much somebody who things can always be worse because I've experienced worse. And if I can quite literally survive a decade of physical, mental, and emotional abuse by somebody that I thought was going to be my forever, I can handle some people being mean to me on the internet. You know what I mean? I just kind of wanted to like express that out there. And it's like, I know that part of it has to do, there are people that are afraid to speak up because, you know, they might not have, I guess as much to lose, I guess is the best way, or they might have too much to lose. But you know what I'm saying? Like they just might not be comfortable. They might not be ready. And that's okay. Like, I don't want anybody to send hate anywhere and to like cause trouble or stuff like that. It's just, this is just my preaching point of this is not okay. I am not okay with it. And this is what I have discovered, and go from there. You know what I mean? So, but I'm still like, we're about to have an ad here in a minute here. I'm still also like flabbergasted by the bits and the hype train, you guys. I thank you. I just I don't really know how else to say. It's just I hope other people will speak up. I really do, you know. And everybody's gonna kind of take this differently. Everybody's experience is gonna be different. You know, you'll have some people that will be like, okay, well, I kind of suspected as much, but now I have confirmation. You'll have some people that will outright deny it. You'll have some people that'll be like, well, I want to, you know, give that person the benefit of the doubt. But if that person has proven to be lying this entire time, and you can have visual proof of the DMs and the interactions and the constant similarities in behavior, you kind of got to make an educated decision for yourself. And for me, I don't trust anything that Miko says, because everything's been proven to be a lie. And lying is important. That not be like, being truthful is important to me, is I guess the best way I can put that. But we look to be Ray is pretty. Thank you. We are in a brief ad break, so I'll pause for a second here. New Rage is actually I made her, and by made her I mean like so TLDR, when this all happened, I pretty much had like, I wouldn't say a breakdown. I definitely had a very high stress for 2 days straight. I couldn't sleep very much because I was so stressed. I was frustrated. I'm like, you know, this is huge. Like, this affects the community. This affects my siblings. This affects me. This affects other people. And if there's any validity to these accusations, it's a huge fucking problem. So I wanted to make sure I gave him enough time to digest it. I want to make sure that I gave enough time to look into the accusations and the evidence, and then compare it to what I know about my interactions with Miko. And the similarities are too much to fucking ignore. And, you know, it is what it is. Like, I can't go back and change the past, but I can learn from it. And so over the last 2 days of me having a panic attack of like, okay, what are we going to do? This is, I don't think you understand. This is like conversations to Zed. I'm like, I don't think you understand. Like, you know, I had this whole big thing, and this personality that like, I can't use this model anymore because I'm uncomfortable with it based on what I know. But like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about the community. I don't know what to do about myself. I don't know about any of that. And like, I kept trying to think about it, and he's like, you need to give it more time to digest. You need to kind of see how it goes. And I'm like, yeah, but we can't just ignore it either. Like, we need to give it time to kind of settle and see what's going to happen. But also at the same time, we can't just ignore it either, because this affects more than just myself. This affects other people too. But the only thing I can speak to is for myself. And so like, finally he got frustrated with me, and he's like, get the fucking customizable model and make yourself a model in the meantime, because if you're gonna be, you know, reincarnating in April, then just do that. And I was like, yeah, that solves one problem, but that doesn't solve all the other problems. It doesn't solve like all the emotes and all the what's the word I'm looking for, all the brand that I have. And I'm like, what what belongs to me, what belongs to this company, what can I actually use. Like, I can't use the exact same character model because that's not okay. But like the ram horns, the phoenix wings, the hair, the eyes, like there's certain things that like are important to me because I built them, but I have to do something new. And it was a whole big thing. It was so fucking stressful. And like, again, I was lucky enough to have the money to be able to pull the trigger and do that. Not everybody does. And I as of right now also don't have the money to be able to commission a new artist and be able to do that from scratch, because again, as I did with Miko, this was piece by piece. I started with a bust. I eventually upgraded to a half body. I got a bigger bust on the half body with the bird poop. And then you know, I got the background and I got the I got the bang change that I kept asking for over and over to be fixed. And finally was like, let's just do a shorter bang. And then, you know, the background. So like I commissioned her like 5 times and I spent probably over $1,000. I don't know exactly, but I know it's at least 1,000, probably between 1 to 1,200. But again, I was employed at the time. I still technically am. It's a whole long story with my work cutting my hours, but that's neither here nor there. I had that kind of money to set aside a couple $100 every now and then to do that. Not everybody has that luxury. And I certainly don't have that luxury again. But like the fact is like it doesn't matter in that sense, because the art is a visual representation of the person behind it. And you can rebrand, you can graduate, you can change your models and do whatever. It's still you, the personality, right? But that still is something that like all that time and all that energy and all that emotion just flushed down the toilet because it's a learning experience and you were scammed among other people. It's so upsetting. And I know that there are people that are like, okay, well, you know, how can I get my money back in this? And I don't think you can. And it's upsetting, because it's like you can either continue to use something that you now know the truth of, or you can try to put it behind you and take it as a learning experience. And that's hard. That's hard for people. And I understand that. I respect that. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, we're gonna have to I think I need to go in when I'm done here. I'm gonna have to remove her as a follower, because cat's out of the bag. Let's see. Damn you, Audible. What have I been missing here? Oh my goodness, you guys. Hold on. What did I miss? Okay, new rays so pretty. I got on a side tangent and missed chat, so I'm sorry. I felt the new model felt rage better, not gonna lie. Thank you, Llama. I've been emailing, DMing the large creators like Iron Mouse and Matara about it. They are using them with fan art to get more commissions. Yeah, I can definitely see that, because like if you're able to get enough traction for somebody like Iron Mouse, like they got Iron Mouse, okay? They got Iron Mouse with an eye banner. Which is like, if they can get Iron Mouse, they can get anybody, you know? More punk punch. Really heartwarming seeing the community come together in all of this, though. Again, I appreciate you guys gifting subs to people in the chat. That's fantastic. That's amazing. You guys are the real MVPs, you know. And I will say I need to decide, and probably what I'll do in the next couple of days is I will check with my community on, because I have my own Discord for my Phoenix community there. I will check and see if people want to do a donation stream between now and April, and maybe not now, obviously, but like to do something like that and see if, like, in the very least, maybe for the siblings in our community, maybe we can do something. I don't know. I want to try something, but I have to get some time and some thinking about it, you know, because like it's a big deal. And the thing is like, at the same time, like, I'm somebody who, like, I still have a hard time wrapping my head around whenever people like give me bits and give me donations. I'm like, thank you. Like, it's so against my nature. Like, I'm so appreciative, and I appreciate all the generosity and stuff, but like it for me, it's about trying to help everybody else, you know what I mean? And I've given myself a 3-month timeline of like when I plan to do stuff for myself. Like, I like this model. I don't know if I'm going to keep this model, but I do know that like I will be doing I will be more than likely bugging Vine in the next month or so, depending on how much time I get for money wise for work. I'll be commissioning some new emotes, because as much as I loved the old rage emotes, we're gonna need some new emotes, and I want to like keep them the same, but just change the character. You know what I mean? But that's something that like that requires time and money for me, and that doesn't even touch like what other people are having to consider too, and that to me is more upsetting, because like I said, in the art sibling community in general, there's like 63 fucking members, and 40 of them are art siblings. And so like there's 40 seems like a large number to me, when I think about like how many people that I know of that like are somewhat affected in one way, shape, or form. But there could be so much more, and that's the thing, is you don't know the scope of it. You just don't, and that's upsetting, you know. But you can only do what you can. It's going to take time and effort, you know. And I get that. But I will definitely have to figure out how the fuck to remove a certain somebody from my follower list, because that's gonna be some changes. Yeah, so I see Thomas gifted Vine a sub. Thank you, Thomas. I missed a whole bunch because there was a lot of like group gifting, so I want to thank you guys for that. Like, you guys are very generous and I appreciate it. I want to make sure people are aware of what's going on, and kind of I want to eventually I'm like enjoying talking to you guys, but at the same time, like, I also want to put this up there so people are aware, because I normally stream on Tuesdays. What's the day after Tuesday? Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And I was off from work today, and thankfully, because of all the shit that happened over the weekend, I had plenty of time to like digest it. So this was not an unexpected stream. Like this just chatting about this was not planned. This was put together like within a couple of hours after gathering all the evidence. But yeah, so I will go. I plan on going back to like my normal stuff tomorrow. So you'll be seeing this model going forward and other outfits eventually and whatnot. But like, I don't know yet if I'm gonna have the mental energy to stream tomorrow like usual, or if I might take a week off. We'll decide. But I hope that more people will speak up, you know, because more voices the better. Honorable ad. We'll do this some thank you. Thank you for the gifted. Thank you for the gifts. I still reading over one of the gift subs was to Miko, and I'm like, oh, so much. That's such a problem. I never thought I would cry over my VTuber art. And yeah, I mean, you get invested in something, and then you're like, everything you thought you knew was not actually the truth, you know? Girl Sam, I just got my full body commission done. I was supposed to reveal it for my birthday in 3 weeks. Your cat sensor. Cat's out of the bag and meowing profusely. So glad I picked up Secret Motto when it came out. I want to learn how to retexture things. I have these biddlies on your pictures. Aw, thank you, Shadow. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits. Rage already has some biddies. Wink, wink.
Girl, if it wasn't post rent, I'd be bunking you a bit so hard. Don't worry about it, you guys. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure the information is out there, you know. Rage gonna have a discount. I can help you with removing them. Funny story. I would have done more, but on my phone, Google's a nice chunk. Good old soft blocks remove a soft block. I have to figure out how to do that, honestly. Pretty much run a ban and then a block and then they're gone. Llama, do you know how to do that? Like, I know you're my mod, so like, are you... Aha! Thank you! Llama with the win! We have banned Miko from my... Which is good. Thank you. Llama, you are the real MVP. Everybody thank Llama for saving us. Again, I am such a newbie when it comes to this shit. This hag doesn't know shit about how to do streaming stuff. Ask me about, you know, the time before computers. I can tell you about that. I can tell you about payphones. I can tell you about that kind of stuff. But like how to do shit with like streaming, no, I'm still learning. Let's see, pretty much run a ban of luck. Someone in the chat, only they can show up in the chat. Apex may or may not have seen Miko in here. You know, here's the thing. Rage knows that we're around a stick and a hoop. Okay, I'm old. I'm not that old. Okay, I'm not a boomer. I'm a millennial. Okay, so like, okay, so for those of you who don't know, when I first started streaming, and I didn't know what a hag tuber was. I know what it is now. And I was from the mindset of like, hag is a bad thing. And so like, when I realized, no, it just means somebody over 30. I'm like, okay, but what about the people that are over 40? So it's been a general consumption, but like everybody, a hag is somebody over 30. So like, why not a crone? So I started calling myself a crone because I'm 40 plus. And that's just been the thing that I do. So like I will sometimes also like talk in third person whenever I'm on Twitter and I'm saying stuff here or there. I'm like, bird crone this, bird crone that. I have a very strong opinion about things and I'm unapologetic about it because again, I'm too old to give two shits about what some children on the internet might think. But like at the same time, I do want to be true to myself and my feelings on things, but I'm also old enough to be like, if I make a mistake, I'm going to take responsibility for that and I'm going to make those corrections because it's human nature to make mistakes. It's human nature to, you know, make assumptions and stuff, but like you still also have to use your fucking brain. And if there's a common pattern of something, you can't just be like, I'm just going to hide my head in the sand and hope everything goes away. Like, no, you know? And what's worse is like, okay, I had this whole big thing and I was like, I was gonna do a sort of like a mini re-debut with my temporary model here, my new one. I've been calling this like the reborn model because as a phoenix I can be reborn, it's fine. So that's essentially what I did. And so I was excited. Like I did a couple of like previews of like in my server, just kind of like giving people like, hey, is this what you're looking for? And I was so excited about doing a reveal. And then the video came out by the neighborhood, friendly neighborhood artist. I'm just going to refer to them as FNA because I'm bad. But so they did the video based on Zenoa's Twitter and everything, all the evidence and whatnot. And as it started getting more and more traction, and I had a conversation with the admins in the community that I'm in as the community event leader and everything. Like we're trying to figure out like what do we want to do. We still don't have a solid plan. Like we had the conversation, we had a discussion about this, and then like we were weighing in like our thoughts about this, and we had planned to once we had a solid plan, we kind of, and this is the part where I do say I might have like I probably jumped a little bit, but this is just because like I was alarmed at the way things were going. We were gonna kind of bring this to like the siblings' attention, but we weren't really sure how, and it had to be with what we had to do with Miko first. And for me, when Miko started immediately going into PR mode and started messaging people like, oh, you know, just checking to see if there's been any rumors, like, I knew that like Kat was getting out of the bag, and I wanted to get. I will admit I wanted to get ahead of it at that point and be like, I want to make sure that like I draw my line in or my line in the sand. I draw my foot in the sand. I do my line in the sand and be like, this is my take on this, and go from there. You know, um. So like I want to see if I have. I don't know if I still have it. I might have closed it, and I do need to. Hold on, I might have this. I'm not sure. Give me a second. I'm looking to see if I have the message. Hold on. She sent me a message today. Give me just a second. Yeah, okay. Okay. So we're gonna put this over here. This is the last time I'm gonna open up this DM, and then I'm gonna eventually I'm gonna get around to like blocking them. Because you know, you gotta work in the shadows. But I'm going to do this. Hold on. Go back to gameplay real quick. Well, it's not really gameplay, but is it this one? This one. Okay. So she messaged me, and she messaged some other people. So she messaged me. This is after we just finished. This all was today. Because I was being short in my replies, as you could see from my prior posts and stuff. That like, I pretty much already was like, no. But like this is after she sent the background, and you know, I was like, okay, and it was like payment released. Like I didn't want to just be like, well, fuck you. But like, so she messages me and she says, I want to check on you since there's quote trauma out there. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions or concerns. And I said, now I was playing dumb for a reason because I'm not stupid. And I'm like, what do you mean? And then they didn't respond. So the fact that she decided not to respond was alarming to me. There is one other thing I want to share, but I have to do something carefully with it. Give me a second. I want to share something else with you guys. Okay, so I'm going to very carefully, I'm only going to share one post. I'm trying to figure out how to do this without like having people under the bus. So hold on. I might just copy it. Hold on, I might just do it this way. Give me a second. I don't want to. Apologies, I'm gathering some stuff real quick for you guys, so give me a second. One. It's two. I'm gonna have a little bit more for you guys to nibble on for your tea, so give me just a second. Talks amongst yourselves. That's one, that's two. Okay. There's things that I want to share with you guys, and I'm just making sure to protect the people that have provided them, kind of thing. Okay. There's one other one. Shoot. Yeah, this was not initially included, so I'm having to do a quick little edit. So apologies. All right, let's see. Okay, so there's that. Mm-hmm. Almost done. Okay. I had a debate if I wanted to remove the reference to like the community. It doesn't name exactly what we call ourselves. So I wanted to make sure that was fine, but it still makes sense. All right, so this should be the last one. All right, let me double check this before I share this with y'all. Sure, it's also not a double. Okay. Okay, yeah. So close this. Gonna close that. Okay. Oops. All right, so I am opening this back up for you guys here in a second. So essentially, there is already an attempt by Miko to PR panic attack, right? And this is just a couple examples of like the messages that have been like sent to the people in the community of like, hey, there's some drama going on. Like, yeah, you're the drama. So see if there's a way to do it like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this will work. Okay. All right. So I shared with you guys the I can share this now. I shared with you guys the message that she sent to me saying like, "Oh, if you have any questions, you can ask me." And then when I played dumb, like, "What do you mean?" She didn't respond. Now, she messaged me before I went live. So, it's pretty obvious by now. She knows. She knows. Oh, she knows. They're not gonna know. She knows. So yeah, so she sent this to one of the community members. Again, not gonna name names. She says, when I worked on your commission, everything was handled by me personally, which is why I still brand myself as MikoZen. As my commission grew, I rebranded into MikoZen Studio and now receive some help, but I always clearly inform clients if a project involves my team, which is 100% a lie. Most of my work, around 70%, is still done by me directly, and anything handled by the team is under my supervision. I also make sure everyone is treated fairly and not overworked. I hope that clarifies things. That is a blatant lie. You will see in my DMs from, and again, my DMs with her using the term loosely, my DMs with Miko are from the start of the conversation in July to our most recent interaction as of fucking today. And not once does she ever say, I am a studio. She presents herself as being a solo artist, and she's always presented herself as a solo artist. Her Discord profile claims that she is, an artist that does this. Nothing about a company. So that's a blatant fucking lie. And again, lying is important. Lying is a big no-no to me. I can forgive many things. I can't forgive that. So there's that. So this person says, so at the time of my commission, you were a solo artist. And she replies, yes. We know that that's not true. So this person also included, I'm see if I can make this bigger. This is an advertisement of her company hiring. Now it's in a language I can't understand, understandably, but like it's very clearly they're hiring for the quote unquote studio. Okay, this is the first I've seen this as of like earlier today. I saw this, but this is I've not seen this before today, essentially. So why are you lying? So then we go on to, let me go back to this. And I'm going to have to like edit the chat a little bit because like there's more information after the fact. I might just leave the stream as a whole. So then they say, hi, and it's one of my siblings. Hi, how is everything going with you? So this person says, I'm doing okay right now, but I'm dealing with some concerning issues that I wasn't informed about. And they say, so Miko says, glad to know you're doing okay. I was checking on you since I think maybe one of the issues that you're dealing with now relating to me as well. If you have any questions, I'm openly to answer and help you as long it can put your mind at ease. Now, I understand there's a language barrier, but there's also a language barrier and there's also chat GPI. Okay. So the person says, we will work to schedule a meeting with the staff team soon. That's the admins of the community, mind you, myself included. As I've come across some concerning rumors and information that don't seem to align. The rumors about them are particularly troubling as they could potentially damage my career if they turn out to be true. While I strive to remain neutral, the implications are significant enough to warrant immediate attention. To which Miko replies, okay, I do agree with scheduling a meeting since I think we should make sure everything is clear between our ends. I strongly support our Zen family, that's the artist family, or the sibling family, and I don't want this rumor damaging our careers. I'm not sure if I have more information after that, so hold on. Yeah, no, that's it. The rest is like season 5 bingo for Marvel Rivals. I am closing the stuff over here, so bear with me. But yeah, so there's some panic attack going on there, and that's the thing. Again, there are people who have been involved in this for much longer, and as you saw with the Discord itself was only formed about 5 months ago, and then like all these people came in, so it's like I sent you a DM, you can share. Okay. Yep. Hang on. I will get to that. Wait, why is my chat not scrolling? There we go. My hamster. I missed so much with you guys. Hold on. Rage knows her way around a stick in a hoop. I'm catching up on chat, so bear with me. Stick in a hoop. I'm deceived. With that and Twitch, you got this. Over 30. Over 30, good lord. I thought Hag was like 60. She ain't even old. I did both, no worries. I have to delete so many comments and reposts on Twitter. Sus. Eject the imposter. Hi. Just checking in to make sure no one is trying to break my brainwashing on y'all. Oh my god, the DM count, LMFAO. Just checking. Yeah, don't pay attention to my DMs, you guys. I have lots of stuff going around in the background. Screenshot surgery, gotcha, no worry. Y'all, grandma just figuring out her computer. How's the weather? You took the time to vibe with me a bit, so I'm chilling here through your transformation. Anyone else caught in here? Winter storm. I ate shit when I took garbage out. Yeah, we got like so much snow up here because we're up north. We got so much snow that like our steps are basically covered. It's almost to the door. It's a lot. It's not as much as they were saying. We didn't lose power, but like it's a lot of snow. And our dogs, because I have dogs, our dogs are like jumping into it like this is amazing. My dogs are dumb. I love my dogs. We were so prepped and had nothing. You can hear Rage gears grinding as they crush the hamster in her head. Drop some blurs, draw over names, etc. Okay, so my process is actually very simple. I take a screenshot of something, I take it into Paint, I take a rectangular block, and then I cut out that name so that way it's not in the screenshot, because it's just, I want to protect people. If people want to come forward, that's their choice. But like, I'm not going to be like, oh, this is so and so screenshot, because like that's not okay. But you know, when the evidence is important, it's important to include stuff, you know. We're willing to throw some degrees over y'all studying my hamster. Oh, I'm so glad I was sprout, not because it's dangerous, because I really want to go outside. Good lord, it's almost freezing here. Go. I should have went to work slightly miffed about it, but oh well. Let's see those help me suss out the one person I've been calling slave labor drama. Yeah, the drama is that she's being implicated, and the drama is that one of her children is like, yeah, I think there's truth to this, and it's the loud old one that doesn't give a shit. I'm the wild card that you can't predict what I'm gonna do. That John sounds AI written. She presumably used to translate to English, too much English. The liar's pants are on fire, but also lots of those types are accounts that have been doing damage control. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like they in the last day they've been doing damage control. Like, I keep in mind, like we were working on the background and talking about that, and then suddenly she went quiet. And she's not usually quiet that long. But like, it went from, oh, this is done, to, okay, I'm ready to send it to you, even though it was done. Like, I knew what was going on because this was going on in the background, but I was like, I want to see what they have to say for themselves while I look at evidence, and oh, look, they're a scammer. Type of accounts have been doing damage control. Why the fuck are you lying? Why are you always lying? You liar. Snaky Studio. Okay, so I sent you a DM. You can share. All right, so I will share. Let me look at Apex's DM right now, because I have a lot, you guys. Let's see. Okay, so I'm trying to make sense of this. So I'm also not opening like everybody's thing because I don't want y'all to like see all the people I'm talking to. So let me see if I understand this. I'm old. Please explain it in words that Bird Crun understands. I typed at Miko in the chat, and she's in there. You found out. No mention of other artists on BGen either. And then we have a link to live 2D artist, VTuber Mama, specializing in GFS assets and anime style, here to help my VTuber kiddos shine. And she used that a lot. Hey, I'm here to help my kids shine. hashtag Zen family, because like MikoZen, so she refers to the kids as the Zen family. And it's like, yeah, we're about to cut off that parent that's apparently, you know, abusive. Hashtag siblings. Okay, hold on. Here's the thing. I'm pissed off about that. Let me explain. I came up with the term siblings. So I, for those of you who know, I stumble over words sometimes because I'm dumb. It's fine. And so we constantly refer to Zen siblings, which is like MikoZen, Zen siblings. I started calling them ziblings, Ziblings, because it's like siblings, but with a Z, and it's cute. But it was my term. So the fact that she's like using that, like, how dare you? You know? But that's the thing. It's like, we're still... It's complicated. It's so complicated. But yeah, in the studio, joined February 2024, there's no mention whatsoever of I am a studio with other people under me. No, because the whole way that they have this is like they pretend to be this really nice and sweet, you know, femme presenting person to get people's trust. And like, I was already kind of suspicious when I saw the accusations of like, this is what they do, this is how they do it. And I'm like, okay, but there could be oh no, there's more. You know what I mean? That's pretty much how my thought train went. You know? So cute, the puppy is. I actually have, I don't know. Hello, chat? Why are we not scrolling? Oh my god. Hold on. My chat's not scrolling again. Hello? Game? Hold on, my OBS is being stupid. Nope. There we go. Yeah, chat keeps pausing every now and then, refusing to scroll. I'll be jumping into the snow as well. They got caught. That's the drama. Yeah, exactly. Another scary thing is these types of accounts have been stealing designs via art raffles. And here I am going to art raffles are normal. At least they used to be. I started calling them. Definitely wasn't the drunk grandma slurring our words. The mic peeking makes it even funnier. The line, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch. My goodness. Yep, chat refuses to scroll. You can't make us. I'm gripping the chat as hard as I can, but the scroll wheel is so powerful. Jesus, take the wheel. It's a joke. Yeah, so here, yeah, the audacity of calling these accusations drama, right? Like, I can understand if you're like, you know, oh, well, there's some troubling rumors going about, and I wanna put those rumors to rest. But calling it drama immediately goes back to what, you know, the initial people that were bringing it up say, where they try to discredit things and say, oh, it's just drama. Bitch, you're a scammer. You're a scammer who abuses artists and, you know, takes advantage of people who think that they're getting a good deal. Like, fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. And if you want to be like, oh, well, you know, oh, well, the drama is rage is spilling the tea. Fucking bring it. You know what I mean? Because, like, the audacity to be like, oh, well, it's not like that. The evidence speaks for itself. I have a brain. I have critical thinking. I can do that. Right? And, like, I'm trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, the people who are affected and who were equally taken advantage of, like my fellow siblings and stuff, because it's their right and their priority to make those decisions and those determinations for themselves. But the problem is you can't expect to be able to like answer these if like you're not telling the truth, you know, like. And that's the thing, and being like, oh, well, you know, I was a solo artist when I started. No, you never said that. You know, and like one of my siblings, for example, was talking about like they have commercial rights, right? They had in the beginning, like a couple months before they started like changing their terms of service and stuff. And so now, for example, my sibling was commissioned maybe about I don't know, 2 or 3 months before mine was. I'm assuming, I'm not positive. But like her rights were included and then my rights were not, because they want to make sure they can get as much money as possible. But that's not the point. The point is like, you make these changes and you're constantly like, okay, well, you know, how can we get the most out of something? And how they do those raffles is, that's how they get your attention. And like, you know, oh, drop your PNG and you'll get something. They're hoping you'll drop your PNG. And I've done that because I didn't know any better. And I dropped my PNG thinking like, oh, well, you know, a raffle sounds nice. But it's not about the raffle. It's about putting as many bait as they can. So if they say, oh, I'm going to do a raffle, we're going to do a free raffle, and 1,000 people enter. Okay, maybe they do legitimately give somebody something. I don't know. But that means that those other 999 people who also submitted, now they have their interest, and now they can be like, I'm so sorry you lost, but I'm going to be doing a discount for this. And she does that. She 100% does that, you know. And there was a Twitter post she did a couple of days ago, when I was scrolling through and getting evidence. There was a Twitter post she did a couple of days ago about somewhere around, like, I want to say New Year's or Christmas, and she was saying something about like, oh, I have a raffle and people are just scrolling by. Like, you're a scammer, that's probably why. You know, and some of us might not have known until now. Okay, fine, but like, bitch, I'm too old for this shit. Okay, Gary behind the screen, you know. Let's be honest, that's not real. It's not accurate. And it infuriates me that like there are people who have their trust broken about this. You know what I mean? Because they might have spent their last pennies and last dollars trying to get something, and you know, it was super expensive, and then to find out like all these problems that came about behind of it, you know. But you know what we're gonna do in the meantime, you guys. I'm going to give you a peek. Hold on. Hello? Model? I'm gonna show you feet. Not in that way though. Hold on. It doesn't want to do it. Oh, here we go. Okay. So like we're gonna tone it down a minute, because like I'm starting to get pissed off. And I'm gonna show you guys like my full-on model that I made, because I made it using the customizable, and I'm so very proud of it. Okay, this will work. So yeah, so I again, I won't be like, I don't need a full-on model and stuff, but like that's like the full outfit. That's the fullness, right? So like we're gonna start, ignore the bust. We're gonna start with like the feet. I gave you guys a whole bunch of like teases about it and stuff, but like I put in all this effort. I'm like, oh look, and I was so excited to show you guys, and I was like, this is gonna be great, you guys are gonna love it, it's gonna be fantastic. We have the wings and the feather, which are the carryover from the old model. Like that was going to be important to me. The beads around the neck, the pearl necklace, I wanted to try to make it gold. I couldn't make it gold, but that's fine, silver works. But that's a reference to like all the dangly bits of my prior model, you know. The braids, again, a reference to my prior model, as is like the little gold barrettes at the top. Like I wanted to put little things in there that were like a tribute to the thing that like I have to put behind me, you know. And I was so excited. To be like, hey guys, I'm gonna tease you with this. And then like Miko started messaging people, and Miko was trying to like direct the stuff of like, oh no, this is not like, bitch, no, oh no you don't, you know what I mean? So yeah, so like, there you go. That's, let me, hold on. I'm trying to readjust myself in my character model here. Hello? Monitor? Computer? Remember, I'm old. Okay, that works. That's good. So yeah, so like, I spent 2 days working on this while thinking about what I wanted to do. Because like, I mean, I'm gonna praise you in the way of like you're being so helpful and such a good boy, Llama. In all seriousness, I appreciate your support. Llama was one of the people that I talked to about this when I first found out about this, because he is my moderator and editor, and so I was like, anything that has to do with my stuff going forward, I need to let you know. He's one of the collab partners, so he's familiar with the community, so he knows what I talk about when I keep talking about the community. Good boy, Llama. I mean, Llama, you're a good boy just because you went ahead and banned Miko for me because I'm too old to not know how. I mean, I make jokes about the fact that, like, I'm a crone, blah, 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 you know, hag this, hag that, because, like, again, people that are over 30 are supposedly, like, they're hag tubers. That's a whole genre. And it's like, no, I'm not a hag. I'm a crone. I'm over 40. We're gonna start our own thing of like millennials in their 40s, and we're crones. It's because I say so. And even if I am the only one in the crone nation, that's what we're gonna have. Zooming on the Tootsies for free. Yeah, I wanted to give you guys something to distract because I was starting to get like frustrated and stuff. I love how my model is just like, hey guys, look at my tits. Hold on, let me fix this. Okay. Okay, but why is my sprout showing? Oh, okay, it's because it's being stupid. Hold on. Yeah? Yeah? Lock model. Okay. We're not going to talk about the fact that, like, when I was making this and I figured out how to do the head, because I had the 2.0 version, which is like, there's the head is separate and I was just a floating head. That was horrifying. And then it was like figuring out how to do the body and like doing the different aspects and the different things, like, because the top, everything is customizable and I like that. So like I spent a long time figuring out colors and designs and everything and whatnot. But again, this is a temporary measure because it's something that, like, I needed something that was still me that could still go forward. And I'm gonna be so honest with you though, like, for real, I love the fucking glasses. Like, I wear glasses, and my original character did not have glasses. So when I was talking to Zed, I was like, so should I do the glasses? Do you like the glasses? And we're not going to reiterate his reaction to that, but the answer to that was yes. But yeah, so we're a fan of the glasses. But I was so excited. I was so excited to share that with you guys. And then essentially, like, things started blowing up and I was like, shit, now I got to do a different stream. And I'm glad I did. I have no regrets about, you know, putting myself out there and stuff, because like it needed to be done. Like, I kept having a disagreement. Well, I wouldn't say an argument. I kept having a disagreement with Zed because he's like, you guys are like one drop in a larger sphere of everything that's happening. I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't take away from the fact that our voices are equally important and more people need to speak up. And I'm sorry, I'm one of those people I'm not afraid to be loud and obnoxious about something that is important, you know? So, but I'm catching up with chat again, so bear with me. Jones says they got caught. That's the drama. Another scary thing is type accounts and stealing art designs. Raffles are normal. I'm trying to catch up, so bear with me. And the messages every couple of days asking if you want to use the discount. Yeah, that was, yeah. Like, hey, like, especially, okay, so when I first started, and I was like, hey, I'm going to start this on an exact date, because I knew the exact date because I was getting paid on a specific date. And I was like, I will start this on this day. And then a day or two beforehand being like, I have this discount that you can do. I'm like, bitch, I already told you I would start on the 21st. And I get it, because they're trying to get people to, you know, they're looking for that money. They're looking for that bag. And I get it. I do. However, when you're a fucking scammer, that's worse. That's just me. I've been feeling sus about these raffles anyway. Seems like the popular accounts win as of late anyway. Miko, right now, trying to figure out how to convince you and the siblings to forget all of this. Pete, not the FIFA free get your men girl. I mean, technically with shoes, there is an option for like open-toed sandals. And I had that. I almost had the open toes, and I was like, that was gonna be something. But like, I wanted to have the shoes match the outfit. So my next outfit, I'll see about having some toes out for you guys. You guys can have the crone grippers. I plan on having an outfit for gaming, which will have like the controller in my hand, and then maybe that will be the one that's like doesn't have shoes. I don't know. It'll be a little hobo gamer. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But it's again, it's something that like I am. There are some things that I'm happy about because I'm able to do something between now and April. And again, that's just because I was lucky enough to have the money to do something like this. Not everybody does. And so like I wanted to make sure that I was able to put my voice out there and say something. But also not do it under my old model because it's gross, and I'm not okay with it, and it makes me so sad. So it's just, my prior model has been reborn into the teacher, I guess. I don't know. I love the glasses so much. The glasses are like one of my favorite things, but I wanted to make sure that it had aspects of it that carried over. Because essentially this is my bird crone reincarnation until I eventually get a new artist. But it's gonna take me some time until I'm comfortable. Even with like, there's an artist that one of my confidants has suggested that they're gonna go to, which is a mutual friend of ours. Not Vine. We're talking about someone else. Vine is good, but I'm talking about like another VTuber artist, and not only just having the money to do it, but like, it's gonna take me a little bit of time to be comfortable with that trust again, because I don't want to be scammed again. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. It's like, I don't even know how other people are handling that. I just know how I'm handling that, and I'm doing what I always do, putting a smile on and fucking winging it until I figure out what the fuck I'm doing, because it can always be worse. It can always be worse. How many times are you gonna redeem the praise me bird mommy llama? I'm the last of the millennials, and I'm turning 30 this year. Well, congrats on that. I feel like when you hit the 30 mark is when you kind of start to feel like you're an adult. Like, I didn't start to feel like I was an adult until I was actually, I can remember exactly, I was 25 years old, and the only reason I recognize that as, oh shit, I hit my adult arc, was it was during a period of time in which I had moved out of my home state because of family bullshit, and my parents are abusive pieces of shit, and we're not going to get into that. But I moved away from that and ended up moving in with my abusive ex, which I didn't know was abusive at the time, but again, neither here nor there. And there's a period of time where almost for a year, while I had moved, because I had moved initially in 2002, which was such a long time ago. When I had initially moved, 2002, 2003, something like that. When I had initially moved, it was around my 21st, 22nd birthday, somewhere around there. Like, I turned 22 when I moved, essentially. So I was still youngish. And what had happened is I had moved to get away from my abusive mom and shit. And in the almost year that I was with my ex, I discovered that my mom had taken credit cards out in my name because she was a fantastic human being. And so I had to go through the process of like, okay, am I going to file for identity theft? What am I going to do? Because I was still young and was like, what do you mean I have 4 credit cards out in my name that I did not sign? And what the fuck is this bullshit? So after like going back and forth and finally deciding what I was going to do, I decided to go. There's some stuff that happened like in my living situation where I had to go back to my original home state for like almost a year. It's a whole big mess. So in the time that I was back for about a year, I was trying to fix things. I was trying to fix my credit. I was trying to kind of fix the damage that my mother had done. And I had already lost respect for my mother at this point. It was like, well, fuck you. But I was trying to kind of handle like getting a job and you know, doing all the adult things that like you should be doing as an adult, that if you're not taught initially, you're like, okay, what am I doing? So I had a job, I had like the bank account, I had like figuring out how to pay bills, because these are things that I did not know beforehand, because my mother was like, you'll never be able to do anything without my help. You need me to do these things. And I was naive and stupid, so I listened to her because I didn't know any better, because that's how abuse works. But regardless, so in that time frame, I remember having a specific experience in which I had this epiphany of, I'm an adult. Like, and how I came across it was, I have to go to work. I have to work my scheduled shift to be able to make money, to be able to pay, or to get a paycheck, to be able to use that paycheck to make bills. And I'm doing everything on my own. I'm making sure I'm getting up on my own to go to work. I'm making sure I am arriving at work on time. I'm making sure I'm doing everything I need to do that's like expected of me. I'm making sure that I'm collecting my own paycheck. And this was a big deal because my mother had insisted on doing everything for me, because, you know, I couldn't do any of this on my own because I needed her help, because only she knew. It's a lot of manipulation and stuff. But regardless, I was doing everything myself. And I didn't realize how amazingly rewarding that is when you're doing it for the first time for yourself. And I remember driving either to work or from work. I can't remember which, but I remember driving home or driving on the way from one or the other. And I remember thinking, like, the only person that's going to succeed in this situation is me. I'm the one who's responsible for my success or my failure. Making sure I go to work on time, making sure I do what I have to do, making sure I pay my bills on time. I'm 100% dependent on myself. I'm not dependent on my parents. I'm not dependent on a significant other. I'm not dependent on family. I am dependent on myself doing what is expected of me. And I had this epiphany and this realization of, holy fuck, I'm an adult. And I realized that when I was 25. And the thing is like, that's just how it happened for me. That's how old I was when all this stuff was happening. Some people might have that realization sooner, later, whatever the case might be. But when you get to a certain age where you don't feel like a kid anymore, and you genuinely feel like, oh my God, I'm an adult, it's horrifying, because you're like, I have to do adult things. I have to go to bed. I have to wake up. I have to do work. I have to pay bills. Why can't I just be a child forever? Because like when you're growing up, you're like, oh, I can't wait to be an adult. I can't wait to have all that freedom. No, you don't. No, you don't. Trust me. When you get to be an adult and you have like all these other responsibilities, I wish I could go back and being like, listen, as an adult, taking a nap is the most relaxing way to spend my fucking time. You know what I mean? Which was funny. Mommy, sorry, I mean, yes. We interrogated 2 of these types of accounts. I told him to stream on Twitch drawing from a crushed canvas. Both of them acted like it was impossible. You'd think people who label themselves as variants, the artists, would know about Twitch and streaming. No, that's a good point. Like they can't back it up because they're not actually doing it. That's a very good ultimatum of like, okay, if you want to prove legitimacy, stream yourself doing it. And they won't, because they can't. We are in an ad break. Apologies, guys. Let me see where I caught up here. Back in the feet comment. Thank you for the head pats, by the way. You kick your feet on the desk for toes. The teacher, girl, I think you'd get in trouble going to school like that. Hugs and all affected here. Yeah, like I'm glad that people are able to kind of stumble upon this and kind of discover it, but it's like this is not something that's going to go away anytime, and I'm not going to let it go away anytime soon. Like, at least I'm being vocal about that. I didn't know you before you gave the last praise. I didn't realize you were finally giving praise 4 hours ago. I promise I'm not a studio. Oh, you're awesome, talented bean. I just draw very fast sometimes. Even better, studio line coming to a sweatshop near you. Just kidding. Mine does what every artist does. Sacrifice their health to draw through the night. That's how you know. That's how you know that the artist is legit, because they'll post like progress stuff, like actual progress stuff. They'll actually take time. Like, they're not going to be done in like a day or 2. And they'll be like, I'm sorry, I just finished this and now I got to go pass out because I haven't slept in 36 hours. That's how you know it's a real artist. And I know, because again, I lived with an artist. We don't talk about that artist, but I lived with an artist for almost a decade. Exposed by not taking care of myself. For me, it was 27. I take my hectic adulthood over my terrible childhood. Only scale companies are causing drama about it. Anyone else? I'll draw from zero. Hop on. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree exactly. The people who are like that are legit. They're like, yeah, no, I don't want my name tarnished by this. They will 100% do what they can to be honest about it and show it, and that's all it needs. But like the hectic adulthood. Can we just appreciate that, like, we as millennials have become like the cockroaches of dealing with bullshit? And I say this in the most affectionate way possible. There's so much shit that millennials are like, we're not fazed by it. Okay. We saw the Y2K. We saw the towers. We saw how many financial crises, how many housing crises. Like, you tell us that like World War III has started, we'll be like, oh, I thought it started a year ago. That's legitimately how millennials adjust to things, and it's not good. We have so much untapped trauma and bullshit that's like, oh shit. But at the same time, like, I will say, and for me particularly, like, I don't want to word this. I have PTSD from said drama, but I also discovered through the diagnosis I have childhood PTSD from my growing up history. My mother was an abusive alcoholic. I'll try not to like share too much personal information. My mother was an abusive alcoholic. My father was an abusive alcoholic. My father, though not abusive to like me and my sisters, because I have sisters, he was a narcissist in the sense, like, I don't like using the word narcissist because like it gets blown out of proportion so much and stuff. But this man clearly put himself for anyone else, regardless of whether it was a relationship, whether it was kids. He always put himself first. And like he when I moved out of state and then moved back, eventually I moved back because my sister started having kids and I wanted to be closer to them because I don't have kids for reasons. But I don't have kids. I'd always wanted to have kids, but I didn't end up having kids because medically I couldn't. And so I wanted to be close to my sisters when they were having kids. And my father had the audacity to try to take credit for like my independence. And I'm like, you don't get to do that. I moved out of state because you were like, my father was never somebody who gave two shits about what was going on in like the household growing up. And we learned to just kind of survive. So as soon as I was able to move out of state, I did. And all of my sisters have like the childhood trauma of that. And this is not what this is about. We're not going to go into that. But because of that, there's so much other stuff that I discovered older, as I got older and stuff that I was like, that fucking makes sense now. And I didn't know about it a decade ago, 2 decades ago. Like, I'll have people that when I tell them, oh, I'm 40 plus, they're like, no, you're not. I'm like, just because I don't act like it, just because I don't sound like it, doesn't mean I'm not that age. And like the switch reverse that I've had too, whenever like my mic is a little bit further away, but when I have my mic up close, and I've legitimately had people like, how did you do that with your voice? I just moved my mic closer. It's literally it. Like, so I've had people being like, there's no way you're 40. I promise you I am. I'm not going to give you my birth certificate because I do believe in protecting my identity, but I can tell you I was born in 83, and that's I can tell you that. I can tell you like the experiences that I've had, but like, you don't believe me, that's fine. Like, hey, if you think I'm younger than I am, awesome. But I'm also not going to pretend to be something I'm not. Like, I legitimately am one of the 40-year-old gamers on the internet, okay? I just am a chick that likes to game. And again, there's of course that argument of like, oh, you're not really a chick. You can believe that if you don't want, you can believe that any way you want. I don't really have to justify that. But like, I know that I was born with tits. And I know that I'm a chick. That's just what that is, and I don't need to justify myself. And like, I'm also like pretty transparent about what is it? So I've been gaming for like 20 years. I've been writing for 20 years, and it always amuses me whenever people are like, "There's no way." I'm like, you do realize I am 42. I started writing when I was in my early teens, okay, as a form of coping with the bullshit that was going on in my family life. I would constantly start watching anime and watching like the old tsunami of like Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon. I am old, I promise you. I don't know how else to explain it to you. So like I legitimately have people that would not believe me when I would be like, okay, I don't know what else to tell you. Okay, you can believe what you want, but like I've been honest with you. I'm not gonna be dishonest. And like I've also made it very clear that like I'm married. I have a husband. But I'm still also going to be somebody who's like, I'm still going to be open and jokey and flirty with the people that I care about in my community, because that's who I am. That's fine. But like, I've always been very transparent about who I am as a person and what I stand for. So when this stuff was going on and I was like, I can't just ignore it. And I bless him. I love him to death, but Zed was very like on the fence of, well, you should just leave it. You should just not say anything. I'm like, I can't. It's not in my nature to do that. In the very least, I want to be upfront with my community, because I guarantee there are people immediately involved in this that'll be like, why aren't you using your old model? Why are you distancing yourself from Miko? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Because there are people who pay attention to that stuff. And I'm not just going to be like, reasons. Like, that's... I will be vague enough to protect the people who, like, are not willing to speak up, but I don't have any fucking any shame about that. I don't have any fear about that. Because at the end of the day, I don't care. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be upfront. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's fine. But also, I'm going to be blunt and honest about what I've learned, what I've discovered, and what I've experienced. Because I think more people need to be brave enough to do that. And I'm not saying, oh, I'm brave for doing that. It's not the point. I want to make sure that, like, if nothing else comes out of this, if more people are like, you know what, I want to say something too, then that's all I care about, honestly, you know? So I feel like, Llama, I know you were working on my Expedition 33 project, but how do you feel about putting that on the side and once we're done streaming, editing this to a reasonable, editing this without all the extra craziness? Like, how do you feel about editing my expose video? I believe you, but I still say you're younger. I'm not. I swear to God. I know I don't sound it, but that's why. Sorry, I just saw this. When a woman tells you she's over 40, believe her. Like, why would people lie about that? You know what I mean? All right. It's like chat's not wanting to scroll again. Let's see. Heaven's on, I'll finish 3 drawings fully. Depending on the mood, not gonna lie. we shrugging all the bullshit. Yeah, that's how millennials handle things. We're like, does this affect me personally? If it does, how am I gonna digest this? If it doesn't affect me personally, does it affect people around me? If it affects people around me, how am I going to digest this? If it doesn't affect me, and if it doesn't affect the people around me, 9 times out of 10, I don't want to hear about it, because I got too much other shit on my plate. It's how I feel like most millennials are. I could be wrong, but I know I'm one of those. When people lie about their ages, they usually say like 20s. Yeah. I'm a flatter and I say, you're not a day past 29. I mean, isn't like the hag a moniker that like you're 29 forever, basically? Generally, thank you for speaking up about this. Lots of the clients of these accounts are still in disbelief and are skeptical. Yeah, like I appreciate you speaking up on this too. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like I said before in the beginning, I wanted to make sure that my take on it was going to be only based on my experience. Because I was like everyone else. I was in shock. I had my doubts, and I was like, "Oh God, what if this is accurate? What if this is true?" And Zed was trying to like play peacekeeper and like, okay, well, we don't know. Let's wait until we find out more information. And I'm like, the information is there in front of us. We just have to look at it. And he went into the Discord first, the black company Discord, and like presented me the information and was like, I think this is legit. And then I talked to one of the other sibling co-mods about it. I talked to Mama about it because I've already like expressed this. And he and I had like the same conversation and stuff where I was like, I want to make sure that I'm giving it the right seriousness of it, because the only thing it affects me, and in the sense of like, my model mom is and was a scammer, and okay, but like all I can do is make changes going forward and let people know, hey, this is a problem. This is why I believe that she is in fact a scammer. She, he, them. This is why I believe that they are a liar. This is why I believe that everything that has been that's been accused of the other artists are exactly the same, and why she's on that list. She's on that list because she deserves to be on that list. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna be petty, but the funny fact that like they're like, oh, there's trauma going on, and I'm trying to PR it. Bitch, you're already caught. You know, we're just smarter about it, where we're not telling you about it until we have all the facts, so you can't lie about it. So, yeah. I believe I'm so cute about it. I really appreciate you speaking up on this. There's a doomer millennials and hopeful ones, no in between. Yeah, I would say so. Like, I think it depends on the person in general, regardless of whether you're a millennial or whether you are somebody who's like a Gen Z or even younger. Your experiences and how you are as a person defines how you adjust to things, right? So like, because of everything that I've experienced before in my past, I try to make it very important that, like, more than anything else, my bluntness is in honesty. And I've made mistakes 100%. Any human being does, but like, I also am not a mind reader. So if you have a problem and you don't say something, how the fuck is anybody gonna know? You know what I mean? And so there's just so much involved in it, and I feel like I'm gonna get onto a tangent with this, and I don't want to do that. I don't even know how long I've been fucking talking, but like, my throat is getting dry. Hold on. I'm genuinely curious how long I've been doing this, because I feel like I've said all I needed to say as far as like this. How long has it been? 5 hours! You guys, why didn't you tell me it's been 5 hours? Oh my god! I just flipped through the time crack. What do you mean it's been 5 hours? That's insane! Like, I know I started at 4, because like it took me a couple of hours to gather all the pieces that I need, because I had been gathering it since like the night before last. And so I wanted to make sure I had everything I needed. And then I figured the best way to do it would be to put everything in the screenshots that I captured like into a video, and then be able to just share the video and then just pause it as I went over it, because it was a lot easier that way for me. Because again, I'm technically incompetent at certain things, because I don't know a lot of shit about streaming stuff, okay? But like, when it comes to like little workarounds, technical stuff, I can figure that out, because I'm 40 and I've been around computers like all my life. But like, Jesus fucking Christ, 5 hours! 5 hours is insane, okay? It is 9 p.m. where I am here. And like, the last time I had to stream this long is because I was playing Expedition 33, and I was so invested, because like, I hadn't played a role-playing, story-driven game like that in a long time. And I am somebody who grew up with those, like the Final Fantasy games and stuff, like 7 and 8, I think, were my two, I think those were my first experiences. Regardless, those are my favorites, and those are things that I enjoy doing. But like, I also play a lot of Marvel Rivals, which I will still be doing. But like, when this whole thing came out and was like, oh well, have you heard about the drama? I thought it was Marvel Rivals drama. I didn't think it was Miko drama. Okay, all right. So, god damn. Yeah, well, I mean, the reason my voice is not dead after 5 hours is because I talk for a living. Like, I essentially work in a call center for a hospital, trying to see how much I can actually share. So my entire job is dealing with people and talking. And sometimes, I'm going to be bluntly honest, I fucking hate boomers. And I absolutely hate dealing with boomers, especially like entitled boomers. And having the patience to be able to deal with people has like it's worn down over the years, sure, but like it's a skill that I've learned in 20 years. It's how to like deal with crap. So yeah, I just you know, unwind and have a panic attack behind the scenes of like, what the fuck, how do I what do we do, what do we do, you know. But yeah, I'm still cannot believe it's been 5 hours. That's insane. And like, and I know part of it had to do with the fact that like we had to go through the pieces. We were breaking down and talking about it. We had people coming in later and be like, what's going on? What's happening? And I feel horrible because I couldn't give the warning about it ahead of time because I wanted to make sure that like it couldn't be thwarted, let's be honest. And yeah, so like for my siblings and stuff who have come in and stuff, like I'm so grateful that there's been such a positive feedback of like people wanting to support each other and kind of be there for each other, because it's upsetting. This is kind of like a mourning period of like your character is affected by something that like you didn't have any hand in, and it's upsetting because like somebody else's, you know, lack of honesty and clarity is basically shitting on everything that you made of yourself, you know. And it's just, yeah, it's going to be rough. And I expect it's going to be rough for the next probably couple of weeks at least, you know. And I will do what I can to be supportive of my friends and my siblings and stuff. And the only thing that I will say to people is like, listen, I did my research. You're going to have to do your research, honestly. And I will tell you where to find that research. But you still have to be the one to kind of do it if you have questions. Like if you kind of want to find out what you want to find out, by all means. But I also, for those people who have seen it and are like, oh, okay, yeah, no, we agree, we believe it. I also want to be able to be as supportive as I can. You know, I still want to kind of do some kind of community involvement because it's not the community's fault that this is happening to them. I do honestly believe that. I do think that we need to figure out what we're going to do as a community. And I hope that we'll still be able to figure that out by like beginning of February. I mean, here it is, what, the 26th. We've got like a week or two left, I think, give or take. But like, I'm going to be busy because I'm going to be working for the rest of this week. But if I'm not mistaken, next Saturday, hold on, let me look at my calendar real quick. I'm old and stupid. Hello, calendar? I would love it if you could pull up for me. Oh my god, hold on. Not this Saturday, next Saturday? Next Saturday. Okay. Yeah, so not this Saturday, but next Saturday will be the first Saturday of February. And I would like, I'm going to be bluntly honest, I would like to still be able to do the community event, the Among Us for like the siblings. Like I'm still going to refer to them as the siblings until something else, like we rebrand or whatever. Like I want to be able to do something kind of as like a moral support there. I also understand if people aren't ready for that or whatever. That's totally fine. But like I have to decide, do I save my own mental well-being and just cancel it, or do I, you know, turn it into something positive? Because again, it's not their fault that this is happening to them, and them being me too, I guess. But it's just I've made my decisions, I've made my feelings about it, and I have my solution and whatnot. But like I kind of just want to be the big sister that I can, if at all possible, to the people who might need that. I don't know, maybe, possibly, I don't know. But yeah, I still want to kind of leave that option open. So my DMs will remain open. If you guys have questions, you are welcome to DM me. I will do my best to give you whatever links to, like, the original Twitter post. I will give you the links to the video from the friendly neighborhood artist. I can give you guys that. Those are pretty much like the two pieces that I found the evidence, and then kind of had to do the rest myself. I can certainly do that, but also understand that, like, I also won't put up with harassment either. So if you come into my DMs looking for a fight, bitch, don't start with me, you know? But like, for the people who are legitimately coming in looking for where to start, those are going to be the only two things I give, because I don't want any bad actors to come into my DMs trying to find out, well, who leaked what, because we don't know. I don't know. Like, it doesn't matter who leaked what about the situation, because the situation is the problem, not the leaking of the situation. Like, it doesn't matter if you know, somebody set fire to a tent and it burned down, you know, whatever the situation is, like it burned down a house or something. It's not about who started the fire. Yes, that might be a problem, but the actual problem is the fire. You don't ignore the fire to find out who set it out. You handle the fire first, and if you find out who caused the fire, that's after the fact. Now, that's not necessarily the same analogy, and that's a little bit dumb, so I apologize for putting it that way. But that's not the same analogy in the sense of, like, these whistleblowers should absolutely be protected, because they're already afraid of, like, retaliation and stuff like that. But, like, I ain't got nothing to be afraid of, because, you know, fuck, I don't care. You know? But yeah, so Ryan started the fire. I've been listening to you talk. Yeah, it's like 9 p.m. now. 5 hours of yapping. How your voice ain't dead is a mystery. No wonder customer service people are mentally tough. I feel like we have to be. Yeah. Please don't forget to take care of yourself. You gotta eat. I will eat after I'm done streaming. That much I promise. So break your kneecaps. Yeah. But like I make, yeah, like I don't give a fuck. I don't. And so it's like, you know, I've said this before, and I'll kind of be blunt as I like wind this down. I'm too small in a community to be able to really have that much of a reach and to really care. And like, and the thing is like, there are people in my direct circle, specifically like my husband, who were like, you know, you need to be careful with this, that. Like, no, I don't. I need to be honest. I need to be truthful. I need to be blunt. And if I say something wrong, or if I make a mistake, I'm going to be blunt and honest with correcting myself, because at the end of the day, I'm human. I will make mistakes. That's okay. However, I'm also not going to just sit by and be like, okay, so I think that there's some validity to this and I have a problem with this, and be like, well, we're just going to shove my hands in my pocket and hope for the best. No. If you know, hopefully like we'll make some corrections and stuff, but like if that doesn't happen, I'm fine with being on my own. I'm legitimately not worried about that, you know. So I hope that this stream has been informative. I hope that the people who have spoken out before me can take, I guess, comfort, can take solace in the fact of, like, you know, your voices and your words are not being on deaf ears. There are some people who will listen. There are some people who will take the time and effort to look into it and will believe you. And as long as you're providing the information, the evidence that is true and trustworthy to the best of your knowledge, because again, like, you don't know where this stuff is coming from, sure, but like, you also have to be critical in your thinking. And if something, not to use that analogy, if something sounds like a duck and quacks like a duck and you know, walks like a duck, it's probably a duck, you know. I was hesitant about using that analogy because I know Vine likes ducks, and I don't mean to make duck the scapegoat. But yeah. But yeah. Have you never heard that saying? If something sounds like a duck and walks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Have you never heard that saying? I know I'm old, but I thought everybody knew that saying. Oh my goodness. When we told you, Grandma, no traumatizing the kids. Too late. All right. So I think I still can't believe it's been 5 hours. I think if there's no other questions, I think I will go ahead and wind that down and wrap that up here. I want to thank everybody who came by. I want to thank everybody who kind of put that information out there. I want to thank everybody who came in to like share their experiences and stuff. And I appreciate you guys. I do. So, yeah. I hope you guys kind of get the answers that you're looking for. And if you have any further questions and stuff, you can DM me. That's fine. And my DM is still the same as my VTuber tag. So it's Rageland Fire. So you can DM me. That's okay. But again, I've already given the warning that like if you come DMing me starting shit, bitch, I'm gonna put you in your place. But yeah. But I think that's about it. Oh my god, I probably need to like drink a gallon of water. I need to get something to eat because I've been literally talking this entire time. I hope I don't end up getting sick. I DM you all the time anyway. Yeah, you do. It's your job as my mod to do that. Learned a lot. Got a good idea on what to look for. I'll reach out soon and make a cool new art friend. Ooh, I'm good. I'm glad. So kind of going, you know what I will do, you guys? I will end before we raid out. I will end on a high note. I will see if I can find, I have a video that I did, before I started YouTubing. I did a video of my my dog's first snow, and it's there's enough there that I think will still protect my identity. I'll see if I can find it, and we'll end on a high note, and I'll give you guys crone dog video hilarity. I think that would be something to kind of lift the spirits, because it's a lot we've expressed. So let me do that real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna close that. I have to go into like an old YouTube of mine to find it because I don't have it under everything. Is this it? Wait a minute. No, it's not it. Wait, yeah, it is. Oh, I'm looking at my old one. Okay. I'm gonna go like this. Okay. I hope you guys are looking forward to the puppy video because I feel like it'll lift our spirits. So, all right, so I'm gonna open this up again. Go here. Let's go here. Okay. So I'm going to play it. I'm going to pause it for a second. I want to make sure that the audio is loud enough for you guys to hear it. If I have to turn it up, I will, because I know initially when I did it, you guys, in the initial video with the clip that started off with like the glazing, you could hear it. So I'm going to hit play. Let me know if you guys can hear the beginning, and then we'll continue it. Okay, so let's all go mute for a quick second. Can you hear that, or do I need to turn it up? I'm sharing my puppies with you guys so you guys can have good vibes ending the night. Very quiet. Okay. I think it might be. Let me try this. Hold on. Let me start it over. See where the audio is coming from. There it is. All right. Is that better? I've turned up the audio. Yeah, some of you have seen the dog. Some of you have not. That's why we're doing it again.
Sure, sworn, actually.
Ignore, like, the background. Meant your feet? No! I mean actual puppies.
Your personal effects, I'm just gonna put them here, okay?
So cute.
So, Mr. Mendel, I wanted to talk to you.
Your sister was sleeping, you little shit. She was sleeping, you jerk. You're a jerk.
I'm pretty sure that one's...
Oh my goodness.
I'm pretty sure this one's Lily. And essentially she just started chewing on her sister's face while her sister was sleeping. Forewarning, this is when I, like, lose my shit. This is hilarious.
Here we go. Oh my god, no. 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 Oh my god, stop. 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 Go play with your
I
sister.
think these are like, they're like 7, 8 months old at this age.
What are you doing? Go play with your sister. Oh my gosh. Where are you going? What are you doing? Oh my gosh. Stop. Go play with your sister. I can't. You play with your sister.
So my dogs are also half breeds.
God.
They're half boxer,
Lily.
half Burmese mountain dog. So they're big, but they also have like
You
boxer traits. Like this one has an underbite,
You
which
just
makes
through
her
there.
so derpy.
Go
So
play with your sister. No. Rosie. Look, she's having the time of her life. Yeah. Come here.
This
Come here.
Lily running
Go play.
around, and
play with your
Rosie won't
sister.
leave my side.
Go play
But
with
just
your
the facial
sister.
expressions
No.
on this dog, I can't.
No, you're just gonna sit here? Yeah. You're such a good girl, Rosie. Yeah, go play with your sister. No. Go. Go play with your sister. Go. Rosie, go play with your sister. Go.
Every
Where'd
time
she go?
I watch
Go play with your sister.
side eye that gets me.
Oh my god. Lily.
Oh my god.
Rosie. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hi. Oh my goodness. Hi. Oh.
Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna close that. So yeah, so good vibes. We're ending on good vibes. We're ending on puppy vibes. Yeah, but those are my doggos. Some of you are like familiar with my dogs. They're like almost a year and a half now. They're almost fully grown. But just every time I can't even get like upset with her. So it's Lily and Rosie. We've got 3 altogether. Is Lucky is our male. And Rosie is the one with the underbite, and it's because of the boxer, like some trait that she had. But regardless, she's okay. She can still eat and everything like that. But because of the way her mouth is, she looks eternally derpy, and I love her so much. Like, I can't. Anytime that she does something she shouldn't be doing, and she looks at me with that face, I fucking crack up, because I'm like, I can't take you seriously when you're looking at me with those side eyes and that derpy look of, but I'm adorable. Like, I can't. And then meanwhile, the other dog, Lily, because they are from the same litter, so they're siblings. Lily is 100% more my husband's dog. She just listens to him more, and like whereas Rosie is like intimidated and scared of my husband because he's I'm sure I'm 5'3". My husband is 5'2". So like my dogs don't take me seriously, but they take him seriously. But Rosie is very much attached to me and like very much my baby. And I think part of it might be the fact that like I can't look at her face and not be like, you big dumb baby, I love you. You know? And it's like every time I see that video, and she still does that to this day. Like a year later, she still does that to this day, which she'll do those glancy eyes. There's plenty of times where like we'll let her in, because they go outside to go to the bathroom, they come back in, and we'll let her in, and I'll be like trying to get her to go to bed, and she'll like sit and look at me, and then look at the kennel that they sleep in and stuff, and she'll look at me and be like, "Do I have to?" You know. It's horrible. They have me wrapped around their fingers, and they have me wrapped around their fingers, paws, I guess you could say. But yeah, I wanted to I wanted to kind of end on a positive note because everything has been pretty heavy, you know. So puppy hilarity, even though they're like almost fully grown now. But yeah, spread of God, Llama. I will take away your moderator privileges, which also, in case you haven't noticed, they're not working with the new model because I have to set that up. That's going to be a process. It might not be until like April that I'm able to fully set up redeems and stuff. So enjoy using your redeems that don't really mean anything. Because all those other redeems were tied to my old model. This isn't mod perm. This is me having 20k points. What? I mean, that's a lot of points, man. And not enough redeems. Listen, I wish I had something to be able to have you dump like 20k on, okay? But I'm not that creative yet. But yeah. But I think that about does it. I think we can go ahead and end that there. I think we pretty much talked this point to death. I don't know if you answered me, Llama. Are you do we want to just drop the video as is? Do you want to edit all the random stuff out, or do you want to just do 5 hours? I'll leave that to you. You might have answered me and I might have missed it. It depends on how quickly you want to post it, but I can cut it down if you want. I think cutting it down would be helpful, make it more digestible, the stuff that's important. And I mean, it depends on, you know, because I don't think people are going to want to listen through like 5 hours. Let's be honest. Yeah, so I'll upload it and send it to you now. And then we'll see. Because I still got to figure out what the community wants to do for stuff. So, but yeah. All right. I will go ahead and end that there. Again, thank you everybody that stopped by. Please make sure you give much love and support to everybody affected. Please make sure that you support each other, and just, you know, if you see something, say something, kind of thing, you know. But more than anything, you know, remember that it's up to you to make decisions for yourself, and it's up to you to take what you learn based on what, you know, your critical thinking and stuff. So if you have doubts, you have questions, you are perfectly capable of looking at stuff, but just be realistic in your expectations too. So I think that's about it. I will go ahead and end that there. And again, thank you so much everybody for coming by. I really appreciate it. You guys have been fantastic, and I really appreciate the support to my community. I appreciate the camaraderie there. Camaraderie? Yeah. So thank you so much, and I will see you guys again in the near future, possibly tomorrow, depending on if I end up needing to take a break. But if not, you'll see me sometime this week. All right, you guys take care, and if you're looking for when I go live again, just be sure to follow if you want to get recommendations. I usually go live Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, usually around it was 7 p.m. EST, but I've been doing it earlier at like 5 EST. So any time between 5 and 7 p.m. EST is usually when I start a stream. I do it usually in the evenings. And then, yeah, so Wednesdays I'm usually off. And I think I'm off this Wednesday too. So I will usually do an earlier stream on Wednesday, usually around between 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. EST. So if you're around in that time frame, please feel free to keep an eye out. And yeah, I will be going live again in the future. I hope you guys have a lovely evening, and I am gonna go and get something to eat, get something to drink, and rest my voice, cause I'm gonna need it. You guys have a lovely. Oh no, Hasty! I was about to end it. Oh no! Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Oh no. Okay. So thank you for the raid. You are the best and I love you. So I will say, unfortunately, like, I've been yapping about this topic for the last 5.5 hours. No, you're fine. Llama, do a shout out for Hazy. Do it. TLDR, I just got off of a yapping stream essentially about the artist scam drama. I'm not sure if anybody has seen the video about the BGen broker scam, but my artist is one of them. And I will be posting this stream up to YouTube, so if you missed it, you will be able to see it. We're going to try to get that up as soon as possible, but it's, as you can see, a long stream. But I go over the situation, I go over the accusations, I go over the proof, I go over the similarities of what was being said and what I discovered with my own artists, and then I go over my DMs and my interactions with the artists and the community that's involved. So it's invested. So if you were not aware, apologies in advance. You're walking into a shit show. If you are aware and you missed the information, you will still be able to find it. But yeah, keep an eye out for that. We're gonna try to get that together as soon as possible. But yeah, no, I appreciate I appreciate the raid, Hazy. I'm glad you're back from your hiatus. I have missed you. I'm gonna be on hiatus until February. Comes back before February. I'm glad that you're back. I'm glad that you're settled in with oh my god, I've been tapping so much I can't brain. But you settle in with your boyfriend. I'm so sorry. I can't brain. But yeah, no, I've missed so for those of you who don't know, Hazy is my Oshi, and she's also somebody that, like, I am a big fan of. Her Marble Rivals content is how I came across her initially, and I absolutely adore her. If you are not following Hazy, please make sure you are. And I love how I asked Llama to shout out Hazy, and he did not, so I will do it myself. I feel like man just forget. Hold on. Yeah, is that it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so if you are not following Hazy, I 100% recommend her. She's fantastic. She's great. She's fun. Hazy, if you have questions, please feel free to DM me. I will give you the breakdown of what's going on and stuff. But yeah, TLDR, my model mom is a scammer. That's essentially what this video was about. But yeah, I think I got sidetracked. I was about to end and then I got a read. But yeah, so thank you everybody for coming in. Make sure to check out Hazy's stuff, and make sure to check out Zenoa, and my brain is fogging on the video, friendly neighborhood artist for the initial stuff, so please take a look into that. Other than that, you guys have a lovely evening, and I am gonna go raid out. Let me find somebody to raid. Hold on, let me find somebody to raid. Wonder if I know who we're gonna raid. Okay. We are going to raid into Lottie. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and raid into Lottie. Lottie is with my friends. There. Why am I having a hard time? My brain is just like all broken at this point. Raid. There we go. A-T. Okay. All right. Everybody, follow on. And I'm so sorry to like carry a raid into a raid, but there we go. But yeah, let's go check out Lottie. She's fantastic. She is the best. Love her to pieces. You guys have a good night, and we'll see you guys again soon.